Because of the IR overlay, it had the ability to see through clothing.
Right. So you could see a woman's figure and see if she was lying. So
And funnily enough, I only read about that probably 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Whilst I was looking up other camera stuff, that just jumped into my feed. And I'm like, the deviant part of me wants one of those.
Travis, that was the. I was just telling Travis real quick. That's a great verse, man. Great verse. Travis, my Travis dude, are you a Bible believer?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So that verse there is very important. Very, very important.
Well, I'm also
For the reasons I mentioned.
a construction worker.
Yeah.
So running lines like that's pretty profound. When I saw it, I was like, wow. Once you realize how important, those string lines are for almost everything.
Yeah. So I'll give you a question which you can research later. So the person speaking there said, "Where were you," speaking to Job, "when I," speaking of himself, "laid the foundations of the earth?" Okay. So then I'm going to ask you this question. You can like I said, you can research it later. Who laid the foundations of the earth? That's a good question to search up.
I'll do a little research and come back with an answer later.
Cool. Yeah, Matrix, I was too serious. Took the steam out of somebody's sails. They gave up.
Yeah, he's been demoted to Squid Kid.
Oh, man.
We got Chubbs has just dropped in. Who else we got camping out in here? Jay Fernandez. Oh, cat profile picture. Be warned, everyone. And no other newbies. Any queries, questions, concerns, proof of curvature? Or maybe you just want to jump in for a hardcore debate? I don't know, it's up to you guys. Please don't be scared.
Hey, don't forget to clip out that previous diatribe and send it to my friends at FED. Matrix, I was kind of hoping somebody would challenge me. Like make a claim, like, I know the extent of the Earth. I know that it's flat continuously in all directions forever, ad infinitum till the end, etc. Any kind of counterclaim. I know there's some. Oh, Matrix. I know there's some people at other servers that might want a piece of that.
What was that? Sorry, I was in the other room. I just heard me name.
I was saying there's probably some people on some of the other servers that might want a piece of that action.
Oh, I'm guessing they would. Yeah.
How could they possibly defeat me? Think about it. What could they possibly say that could disprove what I said?
Probably the same stuff they've said for the last year. In all seriousness, that's all you'd get. You wouldn't get anything new.
Really, give me one. to work with.
What, the usual list of ad homs?
No, like a point or an argument that they might say.
Oh, like our angle measurements? Angle elevation measurements?
Okay, so then I tell them what methodology did you use to take it, right? And they'd have to tell me. And I'd say, what's the accuracy of that device? And they'd have to tell me. And then I just extrapolate that accuracy over 30,000 miles and prove to them that it can't be more accurate than what they need to prove their case. And then I'd have to tell them, well, have you tested it beyond that? And they'd say, well, no, of course not, because I've never been beyond that. Then I'd say, well, then how could you guarantee me that it continues on beyond that? So you're making claims to a territory you've never been. How could you possibly know? And they'd say, well, if they're honest, they'd say, well, I can't possibly know. And I'd be like, you're correct, you can't. Then they might say, well, I could just get an elevation angle to a star a million miles away. And I'd be like, well, how do you know that the GP of that star is a million miles away? Have you been a million miles away to validate its GP? And they say, no, of course not. The only thing they could do is prove something at a local scale at best and then extrapolate it upon a scale of which they can't possibly validate. Now, it could be true what they say, but they can't validate it to be true. It's that simple. Even if they could prove the relationship between the elevation angles to a star in all of the local territory, right? Even if they could prove that matrix, they'd only be proving that it works in the local territory.
Yes.
Right? So the total structure and the form of the Earth are beyond the local territory. And so to make claims about the total structure and form of the Earth from the local territory, right, would be problematic, wouldn't it? Something they couldn't possibly sustain, except through philosophy, basically, or I don't know. Let's call it a parsimony. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's harmonious. It's harmonious to think that it just continues like that forever, because it happens here, so it must just happen everywhere. Now, that's not unreasonable, but just because it's not unreasonable and it has a certain harmony to it doesn't mean it's true.
Well, we do the same thing. We test one lake and it's like, yes, a body of water is measured as flat. So we base the assumption that all water is flat and level, which it is, but anyways, to carry that over to other parts. How do we validate this? How do we confirm this? We go and test it. I test a lake in Australia. It comes out flat. I go to the US, test one. We get other people testing them all over the place. We can at least validate our stuff. But stuff that's in the sky, not really happening.
And also it's problematic too, because many people, in an attempt to argue against the point that I made previously, they would argue the surface of water. And they would say, well, if the Earth was curved at a giant scale, then the surface of water must conform to that curve. And I would say, why? They would not be able to figure that out, Matrix. They would say to me, if the Earth was a giant globe, like of gargantuan proportions, we're talking billions of miles of radius, right? Whatever, let's just use extremes. They would then try to counter and say, well, if that were true, then the water would be curved to match the curve rate of the Earth. And I'd say, why? Why would it? Well, the only reason they would answer that way is because they're confusing the heliocentric globe view and radial gravity with the globe of a certain size with water wrapped around it. So they're not even thinking clearly. They're like dripping with vestiges of an old model that they were taught when they were kids. They can't get it out of their heads. For example, Matrix, check this out, brother. If the Earth is a giant ball of 60 billion mile radius, does that mean that the surface of water must be curved?
Should be conforming to the radius of.
No. Why? Why would it?
I'm going to do your typical Glober. Gravity.
Okay, but I'm asking you. Right, but I'm asking you to think about it. If the Earth is a giant ball of a 60 billion mile radius, would that mean that water has to be curved around it?
No, the radius has got nothing to do with what water does.
Correct. Correct, sir.
But Globetard had on gravity. Yes, it will.
Right. So a flat earther will tell you gravity doesn't exist, and that water is flat and level. Okay, let's say that's true. That doesn't mean that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. Because if you have a globe and you have flattened up water on the top of it, the only thing that needs to keep it there is containment, right?
Correct.
Not to mention, if you had a 60 billion mile radius, the water wouldn't really be flowing anywhere. Nothing more than a grain of sand could keep it in check. That's pretty much the only height you would need to keep the water from spilling out over the sides. It's like these guys can't keep their story straight. They'll say out one side of their mouth, gravity doesn't exist. And then when you say, well, this is a scenario that could be true with all the available data, they say, no, that can't be true because if the Earth was a giant ball, water would be curved around it because of gravity. And I said, well, what is it, bro? Which one? Pick one. Pick one, homie. Now, listen, that doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just an exercise in proper thinking and making conclusions that you can sustain. And knowing where you're crossing a boundary into the I don't know, I can't possibly know, and I can't possibly state for certain this is a fact. Okay? And if you don't know where those boundaries are in your own thinking, then how do you know you're even thinking the right thing? Because how do you know that your inability to tell the difference between what you know and don't know and what you can and can't know and what you do know for a fact and what you can't possibly know or affirm as a fact, how do you know that doesn't apply to other things you're thinking about? That's really a problem, right? So every flat earther needs to look in the mirror and check themselves about claims that they've been making that they can't possibly sustain or know, whatever that might be. And by the next new year, those should be out of your life if you're a flat earther. Anybody disagree?
I guess not.
I mean, how could you?
Fucking hell, the world is round.
The world is round, like a coin. So round on the sides, but flat on the top. All right.
It's round like the YouTube logo.
Round like YouTube. That don't even make sense, dude. YouTube is a broadcasting platform. It doesn't have a shape.
And I'm the NHS, bitch.
National Health Service.
I mean, you keep it a fucking...
I don't know, bro. You sound like you're on the National Hooligan Service.
That one also probably true. Do you know what I mean? I'm also on the prosy list as well.
Oh, you're on the prostate list? Dude, sorry, I didn't know you had cancer.
List.
The what?
I'll get my extra money. I mean, what do you think we've all been striking for?
Oh, yeah, but I just didn't hear what you said. Like, what list?
Why is it that these fellas from that particular country have the most trouble speaking the language that they're...
Yeah, we
If
need
you
a
ever
translator.
my language like that again, I might just have to kiss you.
Where's Jedi when you need him, man?
I need someone to translate. So, NHS, you started off with, you think it's round. Why
I
is
think
that?
it's, to be honest, mate, I think it's curvature. I think it's a square now.
Sounds like you're doing too much thinking.
I'm doing enough thinking. Do you know what I mean? I've got precautions in place. Got to be prepared to think of all the other ones. Do you know what I mean? How can we know it's
Yeah, nice.
flat? What if it's rectangular?
Well, it still could be flat then.
Nah. Do you not know how many
Yeah.
sides there is to a rectangle?
Rectangles are flat.
Hold on, wait a minute. I've got to Google what like the 3D rectangle shape's called.
Make sure you give this one your best globe proofs, boys. We don't
With all due
need
respect,
this.
Angular prism.
with
It's a
all due-
rectangular prism. That's what it is.
with all due respect, who thinks the Earth is flat in this call right now?
Do I fuck, mate? It's
Huh?
on the fucking edge of the.
At least 10
Yeah.
people in the call are aware that the Earth is flat.
That's embarrassing. I don't want to insult anyone, but in general, if anyone thinks the Earth is flat in today's century,
Oh, and you fucking tell
Well-
them. That you.
Look, dude, why would I care about somebody telling me I should be embarrassed about what I believed when they're a loser like yourself?
I'm not talking to anyone specific. I just think in general, when there's so many evidences, it's like,
Ooh, evidences.
Oh, shiny. That's what we want to hear.
okay, well, how about you guys give me evidence that
Said the
Earth is
magic
flat?
word.
No.
Evidences.
I can
You're the
become
one,
a flat
Emil.
earther.
Hey, Emil, you're the one who just said about all these evidences. You can list them, brother.
Okay. You know what? I'm ignorant. Let's say. How about you guys listen to me? I
Oh,
wanna
no,
know.
you're not going to appeal to incredulity in this one. You're not ignorant
Yeah.
because you just said
No.
you had all these evidences, bro.
I didn't say I have them. I said people have evidences that we're aware of.
How would you know? How would you know? How would you know they have them?
What do you mean? How would I know?
You told us they have them. I'm asking you, how would you know they do have them?
I mean, there's books written about it. There's physics. There's the science about it. You can.
Right, but I didn't say that there exist people making claims. I said, how do you know they have evidence?
Okay, you know what? How about what's your theory? Like, what's the argument here? I don't even know the flat Earth argument, to be honest. Like, I'm ignorant.
Well, listen, if you're willing, fair enough, I'll tell you. But I guess you're going to have to retract your claim that there exists evidence the Earth is a globe, since you don't know it at all.
Okay, how about you tell me and then I decide if I want to retract or not. I just want to know what the flat earthers argument is.
Oh, it's very simple, dude.
Okay.
It's very simple. So it's so simple. So the Earth is covered in 70% water. Okay, that's the known territory, the 190 million square miles of the known territory. Okay, water is the gold standard of level throughout all human antiquity. Now, level is how we do everything. We orient everything horizontal and level. That's how we build. That's how we travel. That's how we do all our baselines of shooting trajectories. Pretty much everything we do is off of horizontal and level. So horizontal and level are the standards of how we do everything. 70% of the Earth is covered in a substance that is literally the definition of level. So all you have to do is just measure a portion of that substance, verify that it's not curving in a manner consistent with the heliocentric globe claim of a radius of 3959. A simple way to do that is use an effective measurement methodology such as a laser. So you set up a laser with a sufficient sample size. Now, in this case, a sufficient sample size is 25 miles of contiguous water. The reason that's sufficient is because that is a 2 orders of magnitude difference. So in other words, not 1, not 10, but hundreds of difference. So when you shoot the laser across the water, you find out that a 6 foot tall or 6 meter tall, 2 meter, not 6 meter, about the average height of a man, you set up a laser, you set up a target on the other side of the water, 25 miles away, you hit the target with the laser. That debunks the globe by 2 orders of magnitude, demonstrating that the surface of water is indeed level and flat, just like we all experience. The Earth is flat. The end.
And so who has implemented this research or this experiment of the
Yeah,
laser?
dozens of people. Dozens of people.
And why is it that it has to be 25,000 miles?
No, 25 miles. I just said that's sufficient. Some people have done it 35 miles. Some people have done it 14 miles. Some people have done it 27 miles.
But wait a minute, how do you know how much miles does it have to be? because of the measurement.
It's very simple because there's a prediction of geometry that the globe claims with a certain radius. And if you use the circle formula, you can tell that a distance of 25 miles over a circle has a certain differential of the arc off of a horizontal line. And you then know how different a path would be between a horizontal and an arc. And then you know that at that range, it's 2 orders of magnitude off of if it was just a straight line. Now, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient to disprove something. Now, if it was just inches off, you could say, well, maybe it's just error, but it's hundreds of feet off.
Okay, so if you don't think it's a sphere, then what do you guys think it is? Like a rectangle? What is it? Like what shape? Do you know?
Well, listen, friend. Check this out, brother. Now, remember when I started this conversation with you, I said the known territory, the approximately 190 million square miles of the known territory. So I don't know about the unknown territory. So I couldn't tell you the whole shape and form or limits of the Earth on a total scale. But what I can tell you is that where we live is covered in 70% water, and that water's flat and not curved into a globe.
And what is the argument against the NASA and everything? The evidences they have, the pictures, the videos, is that all false? What is the evidence?
Well, listen, many of the pictures that they have are real pictures, but any picture that depicts the Earth as a globe floating in a cosmic void is evidently false, because the Earth is evidently flat, and therefore it's not a globe floating in a cosmic void.
I know there's not a whole picture of it being a globe, because for that you have to really go far away, but like it has to be really, further from the Earth to be able to take a whole picture. But
right, that's fair. So let's just take that.
But essentially, there is a curve, right, that we can see, that we can observe in the pictures. What is
that don't matter. So yeah, fair enough. So let's say there's a curve let's say you have a photograph and it looks like there's a curve in it. I can't tell from the photograph itself necessarily if that curve is the curve of the object that I'm taking a picture of, or if it's some kind of optical curve. So I'd need more information than just the photograph.
Okay, so then how do you explain gravity and like the solar system? Because if the Earth...
Oh, yeah, no worries. So gravity is very simple.
If not a sphere, then all of these concepts that physics rely on and that we apply in our daily life and in aerospace and all of these...
Not at all. Not at all. Nope, not at all, friend. So check this out, dude. Everything that we do on the Earth relies on perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal. That's it. So if we build buildings, or like I said before, if we shoot ballistic rounds, all this stuff, we just assume the Earth is flat and horizontal and not moving. That's how we do everything. There's nothing that we do that requires the Earth to be a globe that's spinning and moving through space. Nothing we do requires that. Now, the only even things that even supposedly require that are things that have to do with being very far away from the surface, where they start to claim that you're in, quote unquote, the cosmic void of space, right? But that's all specious because you can't validate any of that. And like you said, if you get high, you might see curve. Well, check this out, brother. Only 30 people, less than 30, in the history of mankind have ever allegedly been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth.
That doesn't.
And now, if you include, just hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Now, those are the only people that could corroborate what they saw with their own eyes, if you believe them. Anything else is just an image that's presented to you, and it's either told to you that it's a composite, or an artist's rendering, or it's alleged to be a photograph. Now, keep in mind I said alleged or claimed to be a photograph, because we can't prove whether it's a photograph or not. But what we can prove is that the surface of the Earth isn't curved in the manner in which the image shows, and therefore that image doesn't represent reality.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What about time zones? Why do we have time zones then? Why is it that some...
Well, that depends. Well, go ahead and finish your sentence. Sorry.
Okay, what if like, according to what you're saying, flat is flat, right? So it has to be an equal...
Correct.
Let's say... you're saying it's not a curve, it has to be equal. Okay. So why is it that sometimes, people live in the daytime and some people live in nighttime, depending on their location?
Okay, yeah, cool. I got you. So basically, there's a couple assumptions that we can talk about real quick, and then I'll get you to the conclusion. So there's this idea that if the sun is above the Earth, and the sun is a very big thing and it's bright, There's this idea, well, maybe it would shine its light over the whole Earth, so it'd be daylight pretty much all the time everywhere. Now, let's say that could be true, but there's another possibility, and that's that the sun is not powerful enough and not sufficient to light up the whole Earth. So if I just change the assumptions, right, then I don't need to assume that the sun is going to light everything up. So, for example, the sun moves around, right? It's moving. So it's over here, and then it's over there. And so when it's over there enough, I can't get enough of its light anymore to make it daytime. Now, however, none of what I just said changes the fact that the surface is flat. So if it's the case that the surface is flat and the sun doesn't light up everywhere at all times, then that means the sun is not a sufficient light source to light up everything at all times. It's that simple.
But that's not true, though. Like, we know the sun is powerful. We know that sun... Listen, how far away is the Earth from the sun? We know this, right? Like, this is...
I don't.
Okay, well, let me search this up. How far is...
Well, dude, you could search it up and find a claim, but you're not going to find any proof.
These are not claims, man. There's
Really. So you earlier said there's all these evidences. When you were asked for evidence, you said you don't know them. So you actually don't know whether these are claims or
I'm saying
proof.
that these are not claims. In fact, they're facts. That's what I'm saying. I'm doubling
Okay, that's
down.
cool. But earlier you were asked, and you couldn't validate any of it. So you,
Okay,
sir, are not
with all due
confident
respect,
enough
okay?
to
With
tell me.
all due
Listen,
respect.
friend, you're not
I'm not a
confident
physicist.
enough to
I'm
tell
not a
me these are
physicist.
facts.
And neither are you, right? You're not a physicist. I'm not a physicist.
How
Let's
do you
say-
know? Hey, Holmes, listen. You know you're not a physicist. You have no idea what I am.
Well, because the way from what you're saying is, I don't think you're a physicist.
Why? You don't think I'm a physicist because I don't parrot the mantra that you think I should? How does that make sense?
Okay, well, tell me what is your qualifications, and I'm curious now.
My qualifications for what, dude?
Like, what do you do for life? Have you? What's your primary education? What did you study in school or university?
Yeah, no worries. Listen, dude, I am a cybonic entity from the future.
What? What does that mean?
Right. So what that means is that I am an organism that's been synthesized with the AI cloud and fused to a bioorganic substrate and then sent back in time to deal with people that think the Earth is a globe.
Are you? Is this a troll here? Like this whole Discord thing? Is this whole?
No,
Yeah, no.
listen, friend, Amal. I mean, look, I literally have a picture of my face in my PFP. I'm clearly a cyborg.
Okay, sure. So you're a cyborg.
I mean, dude, I have a picture that I'm a cyborg. Clearly.
I see. I think this is like a role-playing place. Maybe I'm not aware. Maybe.
No, dude. What I'm doing is demonstrating to you that just because you make claims and just because you have pictures doesn't mean you're telling the truth.
Well, this is not about pictures, brother, my friend. Whatever your name is. Let me ask you this, okay? When you get sick, right? When you have a disease, when you have something complicated going on.
Do you go to a doctor? Do you go to a doctor?
Something that you don't understand in your body. You go to a doctor because he's a specialist, not because you think he's smarter than you, not because you think he has all the wise knowledge, he's the all wise, he has all the answers, but because you think he has the necessary skill set to diagnose you.
Right,
And
that's
so
fair. Listen, I understand that. I understand that. I'm out. Here's the problem. Amal, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother.
Astrophysicist.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. Let me help you. Listen, Amal, you're a little triggered, so I just want to answer what you said there before you continue.
I'm very
So it's
calm.
back and forth. Check this out.
Okay. Tell me.
If it's the case that I go to the doctor believing that they're doing a good job for me and I get good results, I will continue to trust them. However, if something dramatic happens where it's demonstrated to me that they're doing something that's actually harming me or actually has counter evidence that they're telling me the untruth, then I know they're talking crap. So, for example, there's a lot of physicists out there who claim the Earth is a globe, but when you go out and measure the water, it's flat. So they're clearly wrong. So that is when I question them. So, for example, if a doctor screws me over, I start to question them. When the physicists screw me over, I start to question them. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, you need to source me the research done on the water, because I don't know if it's a fact, and I don't think it's a fact, because obviously the Earth is not flat. But the second point I want
Obviously, the Earth isn't flat. Therefore, it's not flat. That's not a good reasoning, sir.
well, I mean, you went ahead and gave me some, things.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Are you a high level physicist or a scientist of any caliber at all? The answer is no, you're not, because you admitted already. So you have no credentials to judge whether these guys are telling the truth or not. You're just assuming they are.
Well,
And then you're telling me, so should I. Why should I assume they're right?
Okay, well, I'm an engineer, right? And when it comes to my like specification, what they taught us is you think about things critically. You don't think you don't take things as they look. Obviously, now we're not saying the Earth is a globe because of the pictures NASA sent to us. There's empirical, evidence. Number one. Second is.
Oh, really? What? Name one. Yeah, name one, dude. Now, keep in mind, friend, before you go on, I told you my reasons. I told you my reasons.
I gave you the simplistic things that came to my mind. For example, the time zone argument. Number one,
empirical.
That's not. I don't think that was very convincing.
Oh, time zones don't prove Earth curvature, sir.
My friend, if you say the Earth is flat, the whole solar system and the way the Earth rotates around its own, axis, and at the same time, the sun makes no sense at all, and it dismantles everything. So people who are working,
you're right, sir. You're right. Listen, if you have a matrix of interpretation about the celestial phenomenon,
tell me this: is NASA and SpaceX spending billions of dollars on nothing? Are they just clowning all?
Well, no, Amal. Let me ask this question, Amal. You know, there's a thing called hitmen, right? They get paid money to kill people, right? You know that exists in reality.
My friend, you know what I think? Do you know what I think personally?
Let me ask you this question, dude. Let me ask this question. Either you're going to answer what I just said, or we're not going to continue.
I'm not here to debate, to be honest. I just want to have a conversation. But
I know. So when I ask you a fair question that's clearly I'm leading to a point, you could just be a good sport and answer it, right?
What is your question? Tell me.
So hitmen, they get money to kill people, and a hitman will kill another man for like 10 grand. So if a man will kill another man for 10 grand, imagine what someone will do for $1 billion.
Why would anyone want to make humans believe that the Earth is, globe and not flat? How does that benefit them and their company? How does that benefit them personally? Tell me. And tell me this too. I have another question, which is, why are there about maybe 200 to 300 astronomy institutions across the globe, in India, in Europe, all over East and West, in every single country, and nobody, not even one country officially, mentions that the Earth is flat? Why is it that? Is it a socially constructed game that they're playing? Are we living in a matrix where all the countries are like?
Dude, did you know? Dude, in China, the official position was that the Earth was flat until their one emperor died, and that was just within the past 100 years.
Past 100 years, people used to think that you could marry 9-year-olds because they were, seemed biologically ready. So is that okay too? Just because?
Oh, dude, there's morons that still believe that today, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that you think that everybody out there that's official thinks the Earth is a globe, okay? That's your position. And I'm going to put it to you like this, brother. It doesn't matter whether everybody thinks something. Just because a bunch of people are all in the same world religion doesn't mean their religion is true.
Okay,
hey, this guy keeps making claims about empirical evidence and all of known science.
Hasn't presented one yet, right?
When is he going to give us back up some of these claims he's making?
My friend, I'm honestly, I'm not a specialist in this field, honestly.
We didn't say you were, and you made it quite clear that you weren't already.
You're an engineer, right? You're an engineer. Listen, you're an engineer, right?
You don't need complicated evidence and tools to understand the.
Correct, you don't. All you need, dude, is a body of water, and you can disprove the claim that water's curving in a manner of a 3959 ball. And you, as an engineer, are competent enough to accomplish that yourself. You can accomplish that before the month is out, sir.
Well, where's the source? I keep asking for source. You haven't sent anything in the chat. I'm waiting. Send me the research done on the water.
Dude, how can I send things in the chat? I don't even have fingers.
What do you mean you don't have fingers? Okay, this is probably This is like probably like a troll or something.
Yeah, dude. When are you going to give us some of these evidence for the globe you keep claiming, and you say there's empirical evidence
When are
for?
you going to give me evidence that the Earth is flat? You tell me, because you guys are making.
Oh, you want laser tests?
I
Hold
already
on,
did,
I'll
dude.
post a few.
You already did.
I'll post a couple up. Stand by.
Yeah.
You know, I always heard of.
Yeah, he's
flat
gonna.
Earth, but I thought it was.
Yeah, he's gonna post.
What?
Amal, let me ask this question. Amal, since you're an engineer. This is a hypothetical. So don't take anything personal by it in any sense. Just follow the hypothetical in itself. Okay, if water covers 70% of the earth, and water can be demonstrated to not be curving, and water is the gold standard of level, it's how you level things with surface of a liquid. You know this as an engineer. You know hydrostatic equilibrium, you know Pascal's principle, you know all of that. So you know water at rest is level. So if that level can be demonstrated to not be curved and water covers 70% of the earth, then that would mean the earth is flat. Yes or no, hypothetically.
But here's the thing. Give me the source.
And one more time, dude. I know this is hard for you because you're not a physicist, but I said hypothetically. I said it 3 times, dude. So the correct answer to what I just laid out is yes. If that's true, the earth would be flat. It's called a hypothetical, friend. I know it's complicated, but it's very simple. Hey, ML,
One second,
if you were sick, would you be sick? But I'm not sick.
my friend, why would you need a hypothetical for physical worldly things? We're not talking about something.
Because I'm trying to see how honest you are with yourself, sir. It's called an honesty check, my friend. Because if you're going to deny the hypothetical that if the Earth actually measures to be flat and the surface of water is indeed not curved and it covers 70% of the Earth, that would mean the Earth is clearly not the ball they claim it is. If you can't be honest with yourself and say that is true, if those measurements existed, then you're just disingenuous, and basically we might as well just have somebody parrot a NASA meme that just says NASA, 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 we love NASA all day long.
1 second. I'm gonna be back. Just give me 1 second, yeah?
Yeah, go ask your friends what a hypothetical is so you can come back and answer one.
No, I know what hypothetical is. 1 second.
Well, then grab your balls and answer it.
Mm.
I'll even change my hypothetical. If I measure my granite countertop to be flat, is it flat? Well, that depends. Is it curved? Well, that depends.
What day is it?
That depends. What chandelier did you put in your dining room? Oh man, dude. I've been having too much fun, dude. I'm like an hour late from where I'm supposed to be. All right, if Amal gets back, bro, don't let him get out of that hypothetical.
He'll forget it by then. He's off so he can do a soft reset. We all know that. But when he comes back, I think Travis is going to jump at him for that empirical evidence that he offered up earlier.
Sure would love to see something.
Oh, Amal is back. How did you go? Did you grab your empirical evidence while you're out, mate?
No, brother, I don't need empirical evidence to.
You said you did.
That would be a waste of time. I'm just using my common sense, the brain I have, and common observation.
You're not doing a good job of that, mate. We can tell that already. So you made the claim you made a claim. Don't do that to me, please. You made the claim of empirical evidence. How about you just be honest and say, sorry, my bad, I don't have any.
You know what I think? It's really interesting.
You're not very honest, are you?
Well, humans.
Lying's not going to get you anywhere in here.
Okay, when humans.
I don't care about your stories. I just want you to be honest. Whether you be it with yourself or us inclusive, how about you start? Do you have any empirical evidence? Yes or no?
When humans didn't have anything going on. I'm not sure to answer.
Emil, we're not interested. You're just going to start monologuing because you know that I've got you backed into a corner.
I'm not.
How about AI's hypothetical? Did you want to answer that, or you've forgotten about it? So now you've got a couple of things. You're stockpiling problems. Emil, you're stockpiling problems. Listen up, Sonny. You're stockpiling problems. By dodging them, they're not going to go away. So let's start off with the first one. You came in and made the claim of all these empirical evidence. Do you have any? Yes or no?
I can find many, but I don't want to waste my time, trying to.
So you can find them?
Prove something.
This is what this room is about. It's about supplying evidences for claims made.
Well,
you do understand that.
I haven't got evidence.
Emil, what did I just say?
I haven't got any evidence from you guys. How about that?
Yeah, so
we're not waiting for our evidence from us, guys. We're waiting for your claims to be backed. That's what this room is about. You make a claim, you back it. You've made a claim of empirical evidence, and we've seen nothing. Go, DJ. Sorry.
Just really quickly. So, Matrix posted at 25 minutes after the hour about 15 different laser tests that have been done. Okay, and then above that, I posted the one that a similar. I just told you this the timestamp in the chat. Yeah, so it's starting at 25 minutes after the hour. Okay, so the first one there, you've got field engineers.
I need research papers. I need papers.
Yeah, there's a research paper. There's a 180-page research paper that goes along with the video there at 25 minutes after the hour.
Description though, is it the actual?
There's a Google Drive link to the 180-page PDF document that goes along with the test done by the engineers.
They're usually in They're approved by government official, what's it called, pages.
Approved by government. Okay, so do you have something like that validates the globe?
I mean, if I look into it, obviously, because it's something.
So you don't currently have anything. You don't currently. You're just assuming that it exists.
I don't assume it. I mean, I'm just an educated person that just knows.
So you're just appealing to authority right now. So you can disregard this laser test done by a group of engineers because it's not government approved.
If you want to be a conspiracy theorist about everything on Earth, we can.
No, how's this a conspiracy?
We could even argue that
that's not a conspiracy. It's posted in the side chat, Emil. That's no conspiracy. It's right there for all of us to read.
These are videos.
And
what better? It's an observation. Would you not want to see a video of the observation? And then there's also a technical PDF document that goes along with it, that goes all over the technical specifications. Okay, and also anyone can go and repeat this themselves if they can get their hands on a $30,000 laser beam, and preferably a bunch of weather stations like these guys did. Okay, you haven't even looked at the evidence. You said that we didn't provide evidence, but you're not even willing to look at the evidence you asked us for. You just hand-wave dismissing it, and then assuming that you could go find some evidence that you've never even looked up once in your life. You're not intellectually honest, dude.
My friend, listen.
Shame.
There's some things there are some things on Earth that are debatable. For example, religions, whether God exists or not. A lot of people have debates. I get into debates all the time. And then there are some things that are just commonly known as common physics, and there are just the things that, for example, 2 + 2 is 4. That's a tautology. That's something.
It's not physics. It's not physics.
That's math. That's what I'm saying. It's an arithmetic.
Yeah. So this is a laser beam. Foundation. This is a laser beam that's
I don't
being
care
shot
about the laser
over 40.
beam. I don't care, man.
Really?
That,
Oh yeah, I
don't
wouldn't
care
if I were
about that.
you. You just want to.
Doesn't
You just can't
prove
believe that
anything.
something that you believed in your whole life might be wrong.
Do you know what it is, DJ? It's we've supplied him exactly what he asked for, empirical evidence, and now he's making
not
excuses
empirical.
to
That's not
backpedal away
empirical.
from it.
That's not empirical, my friend. I
Yes, it
haven't
is,
seen
because
one-
you can go and test
Why-
it for yourself and confirm it. All of your claims of the Baltard you're on and all of the so-called evidence that you can look up, appeal to future fallacy, are what?
Ooh.
Or what? You've got nothing to back up your claims, as I said earlier.
So you got all of these.
So how about we've made a claim, it's
But
measured,
not
and we've
even-
posted it in the side chat.
Okay,
How
so
about it's Amel's turn now? He's made claims that it's a
All the
measured globe.
authorities.
How about he
All-
posts his backing up in the side chat?
You know, all the authorities, they're lying to you, right? Then how about normal?
I didn't say
human
anything
beings?
about anyone lying.
Okay, all the authorities, they're hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, and this guy talked about a hitman. And
No, they're not.
What
You
about
can go
the
outside
scientists?
and look for yourself. What are you laughing for? I'm not stopping you from going outside. That's what we want you to do. Go and check it for yourself.
The surface of Earth is so, it's such a big globe that you cannot, with your eyes, it's nothing you can, observe. Just because the end of my street, from my house to the end of the street, is flat, straight, does not mean the Earth is flat, my friend. You know what I mean? I don't care how far the laser goes. I don't
No, it
even know
doesn't
if
mean
it's
it is.
real. I don't even know if it's.
But Amal, why would you look at something that's flat and straight and then go, oh my goodness, it's a ball? Why would you think something totally contradictory to what your eyes see?
My friend, just because you don't know the basics of physics does not mean that anything.
Amal, you said you were an engineer. I bet you can't guess what I'm qualified as.
I think this is like people trolling here, to be honest.
No, we're not trolling.
Okay, man. You know what I think?
This is a test of your honesty. That's what this channel
Okay.
is. And at the moment,
Sure.
you're not doing a very good job.
Sure. Do you know what I think? I think that when people, philosophers were talking about, when people have no problems that they have to deal with, like real life problems, they find their own problems. And that's what you guys have done.
Is that what you're here for? Is because you've got no real problems, so you've come to create some?
No, I've come here to examine mentally ill people who create their
No,
own
bro,
problems.
you've come
No,
here
you're
to
not.
share your feelings because we're going against your globe
You know
religion,
what?
right? And
I'm
that
gonna
hurts
go-
you.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna run
Go on
away.
with I'm gonna go on with my life.
Oh, okay,
know.
run away.
Next thing we're gonna
Okay,
do is
Amal,
which is
this
surreal
is
and
live
which is
recorded.
unreal.
Just letting you know before you go. Thank you for stopping by. There's two YouTube streams. Okay, we can validate. Okay, on the recording that you came here, all you did was insult us, and then you failed to provide a single shred of evidence. Okay, it's all live recorded forever.
Okay.
Okay, and now you're running away.
Okay, awesome.
All right, so have a
luck
good
to you
day.
guys.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you for the content.
What a complete loser. Insane. We have so many evidences, he says. That's the first thing he says. And we're like, can you present one? Just one. No, blah, 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 blah. Super weird.
Actually, that can be another part of my little strategy. Now, when they come in and say we've got so many, I'll present 5 or 6 of them. Okay, present 4. All right, I'll settle for 3. Maybe 2. Just a big shiny one then. Oh, you've got
Yeah.
none. Okay.
Yeah, well, we get another shot. These kind of people come in almost every day. We have so many evidences. They start out all smug and, they know better. We're just stupid flat earthers in here. Of course, they're going to teach us a lesson. We ask for a simple evidence, and they can't even provide one out of the so many. Crazy. Yeah, he definitely got wrecked. And he was also going to bring up the Earth is so big. That's why we can't measure it. And we should have just asked him, what is the radius? He wouldn't have known.
I love when you get one Glober that'll come in. Oh, ship's disappearing over the curve. And then not 5 minutes later, the Earth is so big you can't see the curve. And I'm just sitting in the middle going, left, right, left, right. Oh, what do I do?
Yeah, classic.
Oh, wow.
I also find it weird when they always say stuff like, I'm an engineer, so now I'm going to tell you about some stuff. And I'm like, dude, I don't care if you're an engineer or a janitor or whatever the hell you are. What if I should just go, I'm a PhD, so I know better than you? I mean, attack the argument, for crying out loud. Don't attack the person and who, whatever qualifications they have. It's completely irrelevant. And I don't understand why they don't understand that. I mean, just address the argument and pay no attention to whoever in here says, presents that argument. And they're like, what qualifications do you have? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that doesn't matter. Address the argument.
Being an engineer doesn't really even mean anything. You could be a sanitation engineer. It's just a fancy word for the garbage man.
Yeah, and even if you're a sanitation engineer or a garbage man, you can have the world's best, presentation of an argument anyway. So, I mean, it is totally irrelevant. You can be the king of a country. That has no relevance, whatever you are, as long as you address the argument that they make.
Yep, exactly.
But I have some patience with them because I was once a Glober. I trusted the authorities. I listened to the news. I did all of that crap. Paid my taxes on time. And I mean, I still have to pay my taxes, I guess. But you know what I'm saying? I was a conforming person until I realized, no, maybe I should ask some questions about what's going on here. The Globers, they live on a model. The rest of us live on in reality.
Welcome to the new person. Welcome. Who we got? Silhetti Boy and Tom. I don't know which one dropped in, but welcome to both of you.
Hello.
How are you today, my friend?
What?
How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am fantastic. Sunday afternoon, relaxing, listening to Discord. What else could I want?
Nice.
So tell me something. What shape is the Earth? Is it a ball, like they tell us at school, or is it planar with topography?
It's a sphere.
It's a sphere. You
Yeah.
said that with a lot of confidence, my friend. Why do you say it's a sphere?
That's the scientific consensus.
Scientific consensus.
Yes.
I thought the purpose of science was to test everything, not to agree with everything.
They don't agree with everything. Once they have different conflicting ideas, they design experiments, they test the hypotheses, they note down the observations, and once they see that all the experiments that they do are reproducible and the results are reproducible and the results are consistent, there is a scientific consensus that is being set. That's
Excellent.
when.
So, what
Yeah.
scientific experiments were done to prove the shape of the ground?
I don't know.
But you just said there was a scientific consensus
I know that, yes.
based upon the scientific method which you just read out.
Yeah, I don't
Which is
know the
pretty good, mind
specifics
you.
of which experiments were done and how they verify it, but I know that there is scientific consensus of a.
How do you know? If you don't know if any of this stuff has been done, how would you know?
It's a general common knowledge, just like sun rises in the east. It's like that. It's a common knowledge.
So, I go outside, I look at the sun rising in the east or approaching from the east, and therefore we live on a globe.
No.
When I go
that's
outside,
not what said.
I look at the ground.
I said
it's
it's
flat.
a common knowledge, just like the sun rises in the east. I didn't say that just because the sun rises in the east, the earth is a globe.
So, what makes it common knowledge? Where has this been verified?
It's
Use
a
that scientific consensus. Well,
Yeah.
that means you're just looping back around again because you can't name any scientists or the experiments done to validate for this consensus to be.
Well, the thing, I have already listened to some arguments put forward by the flat earthers, and the problem with them
Oh, yeah?
is their model doesn't have more explanatory power than the spherical.
model?
But in fact, they have lower
What model?
explanatory power. The model of flat Earth.
Yeah, what model?
I'm telling you, the model of flat Earth.
Yeah, I heard you. I've got no problem with my hearing. What
So
model?
why do you ask me what model? I'm telling you, the model is flat Earth.
So if someone asks me, so say I just pick a random person in here, Travis goes, Matrix, what are you talking about? I'm just going to say to him, the flat earth model. Duh.
You know, there could be 50 different flat earth models.
The one that I don't know how many types of flat earth you can have.
Well, the reason I asked is because I haven't put forward a model yet. That's why I asked what model.
It's just a flat earth, that's the model. Oh, how many types of flat earth you can
Flat
have?
is not a model.
A triangular flat earth, a rectangular flat earth? Are you talking
So
about
basically, you've got nothing. You're actually trying to strawman me with no strawman.
I'm asking you, I'm not even making a claim.
No. You put forward the claim of the flat earth model. I asked you which one. What is it? Please describe it. Post it up in the side chat.
That you just said flat earth with whatever topography.
I asked you, do you believe you live on a ball? Or is it planar
There's no belief
with
in it.
topography?
There's no belief in it. I know that it's a round earth or spherical.
Excellent. So how do you know? That
From
means
the
you've got
scientific
first-hand experience.
From the scientific consensus.
So you're a believer.
I'm not a believer. Belief is in
Well, you
religion,
are.
not in science.
So how do you know then? What first-hand experience have you got that validates your claim of knowledge?
I don't need any first-hand experience to validate.
So you're a believer then?
There is different ways that you can have a proof. For example, you don't need to be an empiricist all the time. You can have inferences drawn.
I didn't say anything about proof. There's no need to scattergun. We were talking about the difference between your knowledge and you being a believer.
I'm telling you, there is no empiricism required for many things. You can have other valid ways of proof. You can have inference. You can have deduction.
Well, you haven't offered any yet. All you've said is scientific consensus. So
Yeah,
what? The scientific consensus so far is that they all wear white coats. That's the only thing I've gotten out of scientists.
Hey, at one point, the scientific consensus was that lobotomies were safe and healthy, and the guy who invented it was given the Nobel Prize. So that doesn't, being the scientific consensus does not make it right.
But now we say that was wrong, and so there is a different scientific consensus now.
And we are now saying that the globe is wrong.
The current scientific consensus, which I live in.
And
Oh,
it's
you
wrong.
live in a scientific consensus.
No, what I meant is the scientific consensus of the current times I live in.
So if there's a scientific consensus, how did the scientists validate their shape claim? So you said you live on a ball, and you know this via
more explanatory power with the flat earth that you guys quote unquote know or think is true. How about you guys write some scientific papers and let's see how much
this is where you're mistaken. See, Stiletty Boy, this is where you're going to come unstuck, because this is a question of geometry, not a question of science. You've landed yourself in a great big category error, and you don't even realise it.
It's not a category error. It's a science.
Yes, it is. You believe science. This is question of geometry, not question of science.
The geometry of Earth has a huge implication.
Stiletty, we missed what you said. Sorry.
On the cosmology, huge implications.
We're not talking about cosmology. We're talking about measuring the ground. We're talking about the surface of the ground.
Of the puzzle. These are not isolated from one another.
He's not listening. He's just come to preach his science mantra.
And I know your points. You are just saying it's just basically geometry.
Excellent. So you tell me something. How do you science a square?
How do you science a square? What kind of question is that?
Well, you're telling me the study of shapes is a scientific endeavor. That's what I've been trying to get through to you. It's a question of geometry, nothing more.
As I told you, we don't live in an isolated system. Our Earth, which
what has that got to do with the study of shapes?
You don't listen. You know you were wrong.
You're just scattergunning, son. Please stop doing that.
That's why you don't listen. You don't let me speak.
You have been speaking. You're bouncing all over the place. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, we'll try again. Let's start again. Which field of science deals with shapes?
I am telling you.
Still heady. Let's try again.
No, listen,
Try not to talk through me because it's distorting the
You gotta
sound.
listen. You're asking a
Which
question. Have the
field
courage
of
to hear it.
science?
Have the
Which
courage
field
to
of
hear your
science?
answer to your
Siletti,
question.
shut up.
Have the courage
Okay. Have the decency to shut up and listen. Nice and simple. Which field of science deals with shapes? Let's start there, since you believe this is a scientific endeavor.
It's a scientific endeavor because the sphere or the flat earth will have huge implications on the overall science of astronomy or cosmology or physics.
That's not answering the question.
That is answering
Why are
the
you
question.
dodging the
Why
question?
we say, being flat or spherical has
Why are you dodging the question, son?
It's not.
It sounds like your last debates with a flat earther, you got really hurt, and you're doing your best and damnedest to not answer the question. Which
It's not
field
like
of
drawing a
science?
sphere on a paper
Listen
and saying,
carefully.
"Boom," that's it. It's not a drawing on a
Which
paper.
field of science deals with shapes? You're not listening. Answer the question asked. Which field of science deals with shapes?
Google is free. Ask Google.
So you're going to come in here with this scientific
I already gave you my
consensus
answer. It's not my
mantra,
problem
and you're going to stick with that, and you're not even going. Dude, come on. You can do better.
Are you ready to answer? Hear the answer, or are you gonna speak over me again?
I'm waiting for you to answer the question asked.
Okay. The study of Earth's shape is in the scientific discipline of geodesy.
Geodesy, or did you mean geometry?
Geodesy. 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 I bet you guys didn't even hear this word before.
Yes, I have. That's why I just had to confirm what you were talking about. So the study of shapes is geodesy.
I said Earth's shape. There is a qualifier. Earth's shape.
Well, there was a definite qualifier. There was no Earth pre what I said when I said the word shape.
I don't need to answer.
What is
to
this?
your
Which field of science is?
because there's because
You don't want to listen, do you?
The discussion, the topic of discussion is Earth, my brother. It's not some
Yeah,
random
that's right. The topic of discussion is the Earth and the shape thereof or lack thereof. You are going to try to prove to us it's a ball using science. And I'm trying to tell you it's a matter of geometry. It's a matter of measurement. We go out, we measure it, we confirm what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. And all you keep coming back with, it's science, it's scientific consensus. Well, if it's consensus during or from a science standpoint, there must have been some kind of scientific experimentation done to confirm this shape, which you've offered none. You've just said consensus, consensus, consensus. So how about we play your game? If it's a matter of science, what scientific experiment was done to confirm that you live on a ball? And now he doesn't want to talk.
I don't want to talk because whenever I try to answer, you mute me.
Whenever you type an answer, I mute you.
Try
No.
to answer, not type an answer. Try to answer.
What scientific experiment was done to validate this scientific consensus?
How about you guys, the flat earthers, publish some papers and let's.
Why the fuck don't you want to answer? Seriously, bro. And I didn't even mute you. I'm too busy eating. I've got my hands full. So you said this is a question of science. What scientific experiment was done to validate for this scientific consensus?
You want to watch a video or what? Because I think you guys
I
don't have
want
the
your answer.
papers.
So I put a paper, scientific paper published by some flat earthers in the side chat for you, Silheti boy.
Google Docs, brother. Which journal is it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course. You are giving me Google Docs links. Tell
So,
me which journal is it?
are you one of these people that everything has to be certified by the government before you'll even look at it?
Random ass open as journal, or if it's a closed
So
journal.
anything presented, you're going to make excuses as to why you don't have to look at it, or you're going to disregard it. Is that what's
write some
happening?
bogus ass papers right now and put it in Google Docs. No one cares.
So why should we care about anything you put forward? If you're not going to accept anything at all from us, anything said from us, anything shown from us, why should we even bother listening to you? That tells me you're a bigot. That tells me you are a bigot, cold, clean and clear, and you have no intent of listening to us at all. Why should we bother, bro? That's just nasty.
He's just here
So
to
you've
cry
made the
about flat Earth.
I reckon, DJ, he's been somewhere with flat earthers before, and he's been absolutely flat smacked, clean sideways, and that's why he's in here crying.
He seems hurt, doesn't he?
Very much so. So, Silheti boy, your claim was simple. Of scientific consensus validates this ball. If it was done via scientific consensus, there would have been scientific experimentation, because that's what scientists do. Following the scientific method. Now, what scientific experimentation was done to validate for this scientific consensus? Please answer.
Look in the side chat. I'm going to type it in the side chat.
So you don't want to answer now? So your scientific consensus... Why don't you just shit in your hand and wish in the other and see which comes first, mate? Like, seriously. So this to you is just about explanatory power. Well, how's this for explanatory power? Why is it we can't measure any curvature if we live on a globe? That would be a primary factor of a spheroid type shape, wouldn't you think? You know, no curvature, no globe. That's what I'd be thinking. That's probably why you were so butthurt and you keep rattling on with all this other crap that means absolutely nothing. Is because you know it's measured flat, and all of your other hopes and dreams of flying to Mars or going to the moon and staying in one of those fancy hotels have all been tossed out the window, and it burns you inside.
So Silheti boy,
about it.
Can you see that screenshot? So shitty boy, can you see that? So geodesy, they go in with a presupposed model.
Mind
and
your
then
tongue.
hold on. Hold on, my friend. Hold on. And then any and all measurements made, they make corrections to match the presupposed model. That's how it's done. They don't go out and measure a globe during geodesy. They have a presupposed model.
First, you have
and
to
then everything is corrected
you have to, apologize.
match that model.
You owe me an apology for calling me.
Shut the fuck up, silly boy.
He doesn't owe you an apology.
Ken, 身長が大体、表示、これやろ おめでとうよ。
はい。
うん
What?
あとなんか、は
Ken Ken, welcome.
Hi. Oh, yeah. Oh,
初やから。
how I
Do you speak any English?
I think he was about to.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Where is he there?
uh,
Yeah, Ken. Oh, he's gone. Booger. Missed out. So let's read this out here from Siletti Boy. Y'all, I've got to get an American accent. Y'all add no value to humanity. What is the explanatory value of your flat Earth? What does it explain that spheroid Earth does not? Well, it explains that there's no curvature. Because that's what we measure, no curvature. And that's all we need to, considering this is a flat Earth room, not a I pray to science room. But anyways.
Yeah, Matrix, it looks like another year of fallacies and feelings from the globe side.
You know, if it wasn't 36 degrees outside, I'd put me biggest, fattest, fluffiest jumper on just so I could give them a cuddle and they could feel all warm and fuzzy.
It's so crazy how geodesy has this presupposed model, then they make all the corrections to match the model. You figure that's almost like somebody measuring me and they're like, oh, you're 5'11", but we're going to remove an inch because there's a gravity well right here, even though my measurements show you as 5'11". We need to correct that to match what the gravity well would be. Because if they, you would think that if you're actually going out to do any type of geodesy, you wouldn't need to correct for anything. You would just take the measurements. There'd be no need for corrections. You just plot down what you measured. And it just is so dishonest.
Yeah, Mathemagic. Yeah, Platter. So, Siletti Boy, have a look in the side chat at the videos. Yes, I know they're not certified papers from the government, but I don't care. It's not the video, it's the content that's within the videos. Please watch it and understand what's happening. Whilst you've got your head buried in the scientific world, shit does happen outside whilst you're not watching. Go and check it out.
Actually, Matrix, I should put together a nice presentation of the NATO Sapphire test. Where they went out with lasers trying to find the geometric horizon and failed. You know, just for these people that want to appeal to authority. NATO also couldn't find the curve.
Hey, that list you linked is going to be some of the best of the best. There is some awesome stuff in there, Matrix.
Yeah, I know someone posted up the full list once before, and I snagged it. And I've been going through adding all the other ones from the main server onto it. So when I post it up now, it's got just a whole heap of stuff that just lines up. It's great. So welcome to the new people who just arrived. The Buster. Ooh, let's see if he's going to bust or not. And we've also got Striker. Actually, Root down there. He might be cooled off by now.
Oh, thanks.
Who else we got? Kyle.
What's up, guys?
And any others? I think I've got them all. All right, guys, welcome, one and all. Please, if you've got any questions, queries, or concerns, don't be scared to ask.
Yeah, I've been posting that list as well. I think I snagged it from DJ at some point, so it's good to see it making the rounds in the chat. It's a good list.
I think the Earth is the square, guys.
You think the Earth's a square? Well, you're silly. Go away.
No, he just made a claim. He just made a claim.
I was joking, man.
So how are you going to validate this square? How are you going to prove it to us? Evidence of a square. You don't want to talk now, or you've decided it was pretty silly and back away? Maybe too much.
What is your point,
Minecraft.
guys? What is your point?
What is my point? Well, what we do is hey, Buster, you're hot micing, mate. Yeah, I'll just put you on mute. You can talk about it later. What is our point? Our point is simple. The Earth is flat. If you prefer the word planar, I'm happy to use that.
So, how are you going to explain this?
How do we explain it? Well, we measure it, and the measurements show that it's flat.
Let's just go up in an airplane, look out the window. It's flat.
Yeah, I was looking for my grandma, but I didn't see her after the mountain, I think. So, for example, we have here, it's in my country, we have, it's a morning, right? So I can see the sun. And in another countries, for example, it's a night. So how are you gonna explain this?
How do I explain other countries? Well, they're not my country? Or you want me to explain why it's not daytime?
No. I mean, if, for example, if you have a day, okay, and I have a night. So how are you gonna explain this?
When you go outside, do you see the sun moving across the sky? Root. When you go outside, do you see the sun moving across the sky from the east to the west?
Yes.
Excellent. So what's happening is the sun is moving. It moves from your house across the sky to somebody else's house. And when it gets there, it's daytime at that fellow's place. And then it keeps moving. And because light doesn't travel forever, it becomes dark at your place because the light can't travel that far. But the sun keeps moving and it's daytime at someone else's house. And then the sun keeps moving and it gets to my house and it's daytime here. And it's nighttime at your house.
In the same time, if you want to say something like this, it's like the sun is very small, right?
Is it?
See, what you've got is a whole heap of preloaded assumptions. From your side of it, you're just assuming that the sun is massive and it's very far away. From us, it's small and not so far away. And we know that there's a thing called the inverse square law for light. And as light gets further and further away from its source, that energy dissipates. And you can measure this and calculate it and check it for yourself. So as light is travelling through the air, it gets weaker and weaker and dimmer till eventually just nothing. And that's without any other help. But as far as the sun's actual size, what do they got? They've got an angular measurement or angular view of it. How could you tell the difference between something that's a long way away that has an angular size of, I'll just pick a random number, 5 degrees, and something that's a little bit smaller that's a lot closer that has an angular size of 5 degrees? How would you tell the difference between the two of them? Well, he's having to think about that. Yeah, my only problem with all those laser tests, plain and truth, is I don't want to get in trouble for spamming the side chat, and some of the Discord places hammer you for it if you post too much stuff up. So they've got bots that automatically rail you. The Buster, are you there? Because you were hot micing, and I don't know if you were trying to talk or not. You have a very so good connection.
I don't have very good connection.
So I don't know if you've got a very bad mic or connect. Anyways, we've just had Trees drop in. We've still got Tom sitting there. Buster's got a busted mic, which is a shame, because I think he might go alright. Meebs is in. Kyle is in. Who else have we got? Right up the top. Chubbs is chilling out up there, and Anshu. Welcome, guys.
I'm the Buster. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, but very broken up.
Let me try and fix that.
Just sounds like you've got a just crappy reception, to be honest with you.
What are we talking about? Like, why are everyone quiet?
They were waiting for one of these nice visitors that have just dropped in to ask questions.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Don't be sorry. That's why they're quiet. They're waiting for you to talk.
No, I don't have anything to say.
You don't have any questions at all.
No, I believe that Earth it's not a circle, it's not a perfect circle, but I don't think it's flat at all.
Why not? It looks pretty flat.
No, it's like in my point of view, it's not flat. Why do you think it? You think the Earth is flat?
Why do I think it's flat?
You think it's flat?
Yes, I do think it's flat. I know it's flat.
Why?
The reason
Why?
for it is because it's measured that way.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
It is measured that way. How about in the side chat? I'll post some things up for you so I can explain how it works.
You're gonna explain it.
Because sometimes pictures are a lot easier.
Okay.
Okay. So first picture. Oh, DJ's putting up. Okay, see the big white picture there?
Yeah.
Excellent. So see the straight line?
Yes.
The one that's got distance?
Okay, yes.
When the guys are doing the laser tests, that is what they use. That's the laser. Now, the one that's underneath, the curvature, that is what we're expecting to see. That's what should be happening if we live on a ball. We should go out, set up the laser, shoot the laser across. The laser will be nice and straight, and then we can measure for the drop. So as you can see, at one end it's really close to the ground, and at the other end it's a long way away. That is what we should expect to see if we're living on some kind of spheroid shape. Now,
What the hell?
the problem is, if you go to the second picture, that's what we get in reality. That's the problem. We don't get the first one. We're expecting to see the first one, but we don't get that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm drunk, so I can I can discuss my point of view, and I can prove why the Earth is not flat. So yeah, I won't be. I'm not the best person to discuss this matter.
It's James.
Well, how about instead of you trying to prove or disprove the Earth being flat, how about you put that aside and you go and try to prove the globe?
Prove the
Because
what?
that's what's the sphere.
Mm.
The most sensible way to do that would be to go out into reality, measure, and then compare to the model put forward. That'd be the most sensible way to do it.
Let me do researches so I can come back and
That's
talk
all right.
to you. Okay?
No, you take your time, Meebs. You go and do some research.
James, can
Yeah.
you hear me?
I'm doing research.
Please. Please tell me you can hear me. It's James. James!
Buster, please go and get your connection or microphone or whatever it is.
Can you hear me?
You're broken up. You sound like you're underwater with a shit connection.
Yeah, but can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
It's very broken up. I've got you turned up to 200%. It sounds like you're underwater with a broken connection.
Give me 5 minutes. Yes?
Give you 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I'd be just happy to settle with 1 minute and a good connection.
Please just give me 5 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
the floor's yours.
5 minutes, please.
You've said that again. The floor is yours.
Okay, do you understand me?
Barely. That's what we're trying to get through your head. You've got a crap connection.
Okay, I understand that. Do you understand me? 5
Barely.
5 minutes.
If you say 5 minutes one more time, I'm just going to mute you and talk to.
To be fair, I think he's saying give him 5 minutes, like he'll be back.
Please give me 5 minutes.
There you go.
We will have fucking Christmas or whatever.
If you need 5 minutes to go and fix your microphone, take 5, take 10. We're not going anywhere.
Where's the heated debate? It says on the thing you guys are having a heated debate. It's just crickets.
Yeah, the Globers don't want the heat.
No one can hear you scream in the void of space. If it exists.
So, sweaty boy, that 10 challenges for flat earthers. I put the video of that being completed. It's in response there. It's just for your enjoyment. I hope you like it. And then that other one, it shows them. Is that to scale? That that shows the man being 23 feet tall. Is that really the best that you have? You wouldn't post nonsense and then run away, would you?
Why everybody is silent?
We're having a moment for the globe, a rest in peace moment for the globe, a moment of silence. It's dead.
Wow, that is a
Yeah,
fantastic idea.
absolutely.
Do you care? They should put you on, put you. সবাই কোথাও সব মিউট করে দে Hey brother, how are you? Hello,
Yes, I can hear you.
are you active now?
Are we active now? We're always active.
Wow, wow. Very, very, very powerful man. What is your name, man?
Matrix.
Nice, nice.
But anyways, what brings you here today? Or maybe you can teach your girlfriend English too, and she can ask the question. Welcome. Who we got there? Dart A. Welcome back, Dart A. Or is it Dart Up? You're a computer node. Welcome, Z. Hi, Joe Popper. How's it going? Yo, Popper, I love that. That's cool. What brings you in here today, man?
I don't know, it's bored. So,
You're bored.
yeah. I was
didn't
bored.
bring some-
I don't know what else to do. But I don't know what else to do, so
Ah. You didn't happen to bring any globe proof with you by any chance?
yeah. Um, but you guys are flat earthers.
Yeah, you just realised what channel you're in. Love it. So what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yes. I haven't talked about flat Earth in a while, but
You haven't talked about it in a while. How did you last?
I mean, I haven't heard about it like until like the 2020 stuff, but I don't really have anything else to say.
Other than you've talked about it. What did you talk about?
About the Facebook stuff, but apparently it's like
That doesn't
fake or
help, though.
whatever, but apparently
Flat
that
Earth
stuff
is
is
fake.
like the Facebook stuff about flat Earth.
Well, it depends on what they said. If they said something silly like the sky's purple, then I'm probably going to say, yes, that's silly. But if they're saying the ground is measured as flat, I'd go, I'd have to agree with them.
That's sure.
So it all depends
Yeah,
on
I
what they
guess.
said.
Hello?
Hello there.
It's a large room for no one talking. Crazy. I was expecting a conversation.
Oh,
But
sorry.
well, I'm just kind of
Maybe
curious.
they-
How can we connect the invasion of Venezuela to the Earth being flat? I'm just trying to, because I entered 2 different servers in the first place. Really, how can we do this?
Well, what you do, see, is you go into your lounge room and you click on the power button for your TV and you turn it on and you sit down and you watch it, and whatever propaganda they blast at you, you can be comforted in knowing that it's done on a flat Earth. That's how you connect it. There you go.
Okay, so like the helicopters had to just go straight, is what you're saying?
I didn't mention anything about helicopters. I haven't even left the house yet. I said to go into the
Wait.
lounge room.
Wait, so like, are you able to like put your Australian to 11?
What, 11 stone? 11 what? What's wrong? You came in here to troll and it didn't work.
Oh no, no, I'm not. I don't. I'm just saying stupid shit. It's not like it's not
Noted.
like working or not working. It's just speaking. But yeah, there's a connection there. I'll figure it out. Figure it out.
Yeah. Go and troll elsewhere and figure it out. Hey, Melissa.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Nothing much.
What brings you here today, Melissa? Are you here to troll like the last guy, or are you asking sensible questions?
None of them. I'm just.
None of them.
Yeah. Why is everyone mute?
Say again, why is everyone muted?
Yeah.
So it's easier to listen when people ask questions.
Oh, okay.
If they all talk at once, just noise. Can't hear a thing. So they sit and listen patiently, quietly, waiting for someone like yourself. Go on. Glorious she. How's it going?
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Hey, Dora. How's it going? Who we got there? Null. Well,
Oh, so are just us in here?
just us. Oh no, there's more in here. They're just really, really quiet at the moment.
Oh, nice.
So you have any questions?
For the flat earth?
Yeah.
Man, I think they are just flat.
You
Yeah.
think it's curved. Why do you think it's curved?
So much questions. You're not going to discuss.
Did anyone else catch that?
Did you just freak out as he was leaving?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think it was a freak out. Or something's happened at home and he's, I don't know, forgot to take something off the stove and he's realised. And because it's the first time I've ever asked someone, why do you think it's curved? And they've freaked out. Normally they freak out a bit later on. Oh, someone new just popped in. Main Pair. How's it going? Oh, he waved. Awesome. You can talk. It's pretty quiet at the moment. Probably the best time if you want to have a chat.
What's up, guys?
Wow, this one talks. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. And you, bro?
Yeah, fantastic, man. What brings you here today?
Bro, let me guess where you're from by your accent. Can I?
Yeah, go for it.
Maybe British or something like that.
It sounds Cuban.
Where are you from, bro?
Cuba.
Cuba?
Oh,
No, not Cuba.
Cuba.
No,
Seems
not Cuba.
Cuban to me. Yep, Cuba for sure.
Bro, you from Cuba? Do you like communism or some stuff like that?
No, I'm not from Cuba. They're just having a laugh.
Oh,
They're
you're British? Ireland?
No, Australia.
Oh, Australia? Oh, amazing. Really heat weather country.
What was that? Sorry.
Australia is a really heat weather country, you know?
Hot weather. Yes.
Yes, yes. Bro, what about your profile picture? Is a flat earth.
Broken egg. Yeah.
Broken egg, yes, yes. Why?
Why broken egg? Because that's
Yes.
the globe. It's broken.
Why is broken? Who broke
Why
it?
is broken?
Yeah,
Why
how
is
is why is
broken?
Why?
We were all taught that it was a globe at school, right? And with that
Yeah.
globe comes certain other attributes: diameter, radius, circumference, and all these other weird and wonderful happen because of the globe. Now, when you get a
I
bit
see.
older and you go outside and you go, you know what? Let's go and check these measurements, these distances. Do they stack up to what we was taught at school? And he's gone. That's a shame. Where's that DJ character?
Evening all.
No, that's AJ, not DJ. How's it going, mate?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty toasty at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty wet.
What, just got out of your pool?
Just won't stop raining.
I wish, he says. -10. No, you can keep that.
Oh, we've had about 300 or 400 mil of rain, and we've got another 500 coming, apparently.
That's half a wheelie bin full, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy. couldn't imagine having that much rain in one sitting. Shit. But it'll make you feel better. It's raining here now, so.
I just opened my email and I've got 15 new jobs from today.
From today.
From today, 15 jobs. Oh my God. Critical action required. Oh my God. Light above the cold area bar is leaking water. So I have a light leaking water.
Awesome.
Great. I'll go play with that electrical in the rain.
I was going to say, let me guess. Third story of an 8-story.
No. Shit. It's coming out of the canopy. Through the light. Out of the exhaust ducting over the cook area.
Holy crap, I can hear the rain over. That's loud. Who's got that? Kingsley. You gotta learn to block people, bro.
What did you say?
I said you gotta learn to block people, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I've had that clown before. Posted exactly the same thing, believe it or not. What you'll probably find if you're pressing for more information on that windmill photograph, you'll get nothing. No distances, no elevation, nothing. You'll have to go out of your way and find it yourself.
Yeah, typical.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Gumba, how's it going?
I got a question.
You've got a question?
Yeah, some kind of. The question is back in the 2025, when I used to be a globe some of my friends showed me some kind of evidence about the flat Earth, and while researching over the internet, like Facebook, like Twitter and YouTube, it's kind of got me my head scratching and confused, and I'm just stuck between the flat Earth and the globe Earth. So, as far I have talked to the globe Earth so many times and over the years, but I want to ask you, as the flat Earth, that what are the proofs of flat Earth, and what can be like how like what's the photos that NASA and every single space agencies has been providing, and how it's false or CGI or generated videos. I want to know because over the 70 years it has been like space agency has been there, and are we just being lied by the government and the world, and what can be the actual truth? I want to know this because I'm confused as hell.
That was a lot of questions.
That was a lot of questions in one sitting. So the first one, how do we know it's flat? Because it's measured flat. That's the only reason. It's actually measured that way. If it was measured as curving or measured as a cube or whatever, we'd tell you. Your next one, I can't remember because you gave us so many all at once. As far as the government's lying, I don't believe they're lying. I just think they're passing on information. And because no one's checked into it, no one can actually say yes, no, or otherwise. So I don't think there is a deliberate act of deceit being pressed upon us. I think it's just information just being passed on, and the lack of checking out said information
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it as 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah. Imagine the table is
angle
at
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the
Unless
stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle
never
0?
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
and if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0, what did that mean?
start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by
Well,
angle
it's
0.
also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you said already. Piling more garbage, goop. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm interested
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have
at
to define your
at
spatial
Y.
reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations. That's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
Not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem,
can you say that's the
trigonometry. You
same
didn't pass
angle?
third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see
Let's just
what my
clarify
name
something.
is?
So we're so
Yeah, you didn't see my
friend.
name.
Let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe some life back into this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points.
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface,
Yeah.
those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
That's what we're talking about.
but okay, but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that says who was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
You can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No,
Yes.
it's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
Not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when
the
the
only way
angle,
you
so
can
when it comes to
measure
your eyeball,
wavelength
right?
is with your eyes.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic
Just
spectrum,
because your eye
you'd be
has
able
a
to pick
limitation
it
of
up.
seeing some wavelengths doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just so now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus?
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in
an
waves.
analogy.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
My living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light. I need a light preserver.
Overflow a room of light. Can you overflow that?
Weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface in which you cannot see beyond because of resolving power.
True. That is not factually true. If you can't see
it is factually true, and I just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
way more detail than you
There's up to a
deserve.
limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? in an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution.
Shh.
Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on. You just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller.
Okay.
Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
Like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by
or something,
seeing,
yeah.
seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my
Can you
angle
talk
of
to your
view to
mom
the
with that
surface,
mouth?
so if my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.0000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. But like, that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't.
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle
Right,
is
but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh, no, building is curved, yeah.
That could
Well,
be it.
it
I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Perfectly straight.
Now look at this
Yeah,
graphic.
cool.
Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? Do you think you could just
Okay.
make out squares forever and ever and ever? Do you see how each
making
square
that,
that's
no.
further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right? And they get smaller and smaller, and eventually
Well,
they turn into
they
a
are not even
line.
squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From
as...
the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
But what do you think we're talking about?
He's going to fight this no matter what. He doesn't
You're talking
realize.
about
If you
me-
draw that.
We're
if you
talking about
draw
how
that-
things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking
So
about
we're
me
talking
seeing
about-
them. I can see
Yeah,
them, but
seeing
my
the way they
yeah.
look, seeing. That's the same
Okay,
thing,
I
right?
can
You see the way things
I
look,
can
right?
see
That's the
them.
same,
Okay, I
right?
can see
So
them.
you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see
No,
that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
Right. You don't see it.
You don't see the surface.
because of the limitation of your eye, yeah.
He reminds me of a guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
He's just
Dude, thanks for
avoiding
wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretics, right? What is that? What is heretics
it
razor?
is.
I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh,
Yeah, he's
and
been trying.
nuh-uh, and
I
nuh-uh,
never said
and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said
I
was
never said
nuh-uh.
that. I never said
Yeah,
that.
you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's
the
switch
squares.
topics.
I
You
told
want to know
I
what
don't.
Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look, all right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. Think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
Because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they start, they go. It's like, hey, Indio, it's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel, like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go, and so you just go down. You're like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
Flat Earth
principle.
channel.
You fail down
Yeah.
to your level of confidence.
That's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
Can you
I can't
educate
be
me on
dumber
your
than a flat
theory
earther.
any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but
Yeah,
then
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now
so
we
at
all
least I'm
agree
being
that
a
India
decent
was right.
person.
Yeah,
least
you
I'm
were
being a decent
struggling, dude. But like you were like someone like like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe
what's
tired.
your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting
No.
it. Look, just
Was it that
fact check
simple?
what we say, dude. We're fucking full of shit. Look
I
and
don't
fact
want to
check.
do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
We listen. Our argument. What we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument. Is that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the Earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat Earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like,
That's
well,
funny.
that depends on how deep you want to go because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can
Yes,
go.
he told Joe he was wrong.
Dude, we're still we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're
That's great.
fucking at the
That's what I'm
surface.
trying to. That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh
educate
yeah,
me in
you're
your
challenging
worldview
us.
anymore?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
Good answer.
deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now. If we're
So we can't do
thinking like-
chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles.
Oh.
What do you want?
Yeah. Do you want to go into surveying?
can't-
Listen, we studied how
we
people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about
can't-
surveying.
Well, you got to
We
build
can do
triangles to do
that.
a lot of that. But you got to
Right,
build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential
no,
geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yes. Yeah.
You want to talk about the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Don't speak about exam.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier.
Earth is
The
measured
surface
flat,
of water.
there's no curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something well, it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. Well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is,
Okay.
right? So an
If it
aircraft
was
will fly
parallel,
horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced
And in your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to
that's how you
learn or
learn.
you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
No,
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently, and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say it a
don't
bunch
see
of
that
times.
it operates in the way the globe would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different.
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro. Now,
Yeah,
thank
the
you for
seasons.
that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the
Holy
planet from the sun.
crap!
What?
You realize you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
Whoa, where, when, where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
you can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
What? When? Tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So
we
you
can't
said
show
you can
it
go to the International
when
Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one is
forgive me,
going.
but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go, because we can all can go, it's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking
Can
way.
you get me,
Did
can
he
you
really
get me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You
The
brought up the
relevant is that I
tilt
was
of the
trying
Earth's
to tell you-
axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No,
seasons
you're not going to
work.
tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and
Flat
proven.
Earth is fantasy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
see,
measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you
Yeah,
to
which,
red hair.
which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
You're
that was
just in
just
fantasy land
talk.
at this point. You did the math yourself,
How I know
bro.
you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
You know, talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called me
have
names?
blood proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
But you just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view. But as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
Without
how
letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean,
So
we're an
far, you haven't been doing any
interdisciplinary
of the
panel of
listening.
experts from different academic resources and different departments. So,
Great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell
Tell us.
me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you
Of
tell
course
us
I
what?
can read
Because you don't
math.
even know your own bullshit. That's
That
why we're
doesn't
laughing
allow
at you.
you to
That's why
call
we're
me
making
stupid.
fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims
That's
that weather is
true.
caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes
Hadley cell,
change?
differential heating,
What?
ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that
No,
create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This would
Depends
be
on where
the
you are,
measurement
bro.
of the sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? In southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what you.
How do you...
Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
All right. Hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import it. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh, no, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it. So that's
look, dude. We tell you what the main. We're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they project it on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
Yeah, it's like a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like, in America, We've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There
guy
are other
bounced.
countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000-acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the Earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
And it got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, nah, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in their
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh. Wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah, they're retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready. Maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No, not like that joint. I mean, like that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold on,
Well, he said
let's
they were
ask Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No,
He'd want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh, as far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" How much?
Yeah.
He's listening, man. But they always do that.
Okay, Josh, you reached the 4.0.
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh hell yeah, he's 40 now. Hey, look,
Dude, I'll
you're
cash,
a
I'll cash
baby
out your
boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like, I mean,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR
Yeah,
people
geez,
for.
that's true.
You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to like cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, you know, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
the UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But,
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw a little, you know, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here. And just like, you know, they try to see what you say. Like,
right. They're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know. Because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about like before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you
Yeah.
are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
you're
something
done
to
either
that.
way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah.
Good man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And you know, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways, and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process, and they're being
They have
used.
special islands that you can go to, and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
that's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has
that's
already
fact.
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a It's Flat number plate, license plate. Bro,
Dude,
what
that's
a perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees, and he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now, but he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the Glober head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said
is.
other things like that too.
I mean, really probably never. It didn't click when you were listening to it at the
Josh's
time.
friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit, and this isn't anything like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about, but. And then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like the freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And and how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it. But yeah, I just wonder: is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance? With radio wave propagation due to surface contact.
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, it has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But, for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You know, you got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
that's the yeah.
I know
like-
about the
like-
ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from one like A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
With
were
higher
they
higher
supposed to be-
fidelity
oh yeah.
to,
Oh,
to
yeah.
retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if there was spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all
Well,
diffraction
what you're going to
limited
get is the
too.
further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose, unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
one
don't know
trick
how
he
far the
used to
reach
do
was.
is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre 1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface, and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the frickin' 3-wire. I guess
It
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people. So he was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
Got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into, yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're nonlinear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the nonlinearity, or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
Oh, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is the area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So,
right,
unless it's glass or something. So
especially
I think they might. That reminds you, maybe they was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, Dollard's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he
I got a
does his
couple of his books.
presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
Yeah.
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I got to.
Yeah, because the idea is that people at the time were trying to identify the Earth's movement. All of the tests were coming up null or void or inconclusive. And so Lorenz critiqued Michelson Morley and was saying that, well, the result was null because there was a contraction in the air, and it caused the reading to be null. And then so Einstein later said, yeah, that's because it's all relative. It depends on your frame of reference. And so currently we're in a frame of reference that we move with the Earth. So we don't feel the motion of the Earth because we're moving with the Earth. If we changed our reference and we were off of the Earth and away from the Earth, then we would watch the Earth move. But from our current position, relatively speaking, we can't detect the motion of the Earth because we're moving in the same reference frame.
Which is why he said, I've come to believe there is no optical experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth.
Right.
The word
So
optical
now
is
we're,
critical in that
yeah,
sentence.
yeah.
Because there are experiments that can show
Because
the rotation of the
there's
Earth.
no, right, there's no optical experiment that could be done to prove the motion, though the Earth is moving. So he has a baseless claim.
It's not a basis claim. There's Foucault's pendulum, and
Yeah, which would be an optical experiment because you're
it's
watching
not an
something
optical
process.
experiment. No, I don't- optical
Then
experiment
what
because
is
you're
it?
looking at it. That's not what an optical
Then
experiment
what
is.
is it?
It's an
Then
optical
what is it?
experiment where you're using vision to quantify the movement, not because you're watching an apparatus. In that case, then every experiment is optical because
You're
you look
watching
at the
the thing,
results.
quantifying the movement, which is you observing reality.
No, where your eyes are the mechanism, where your eyes are the tool.
Right. Because you can't
Otherwise,
manipulate the Earth to identify the cause of the motion of Foucault's pendulum. You can only observe it.
Well, does Foucault's pendulum, is it somehow exempt from relativistic effects?
what do you mean?
What makes Foucault's pendulum exempt from relativistic effects?
Why would it be exempt from relativistic effects? And what are you getting at? What's the gotcha you're
And
trying to
separate
lay out?
those reference frames.
Precisely. So you mentioned Foucault's pendulum is an example that can measure Earth's rotation, thus being able to exempt itself from the relativistic effects of Lorentz contractions. I'm curious if that's the case.
No, it's having a force exerted on it. So why does that need to be separated from relativistic effects of Lorentz force? What's the Lorentz contraction? Is that what you're talking about? Or
That was the whole point of this discussion was Einstein and relativity, right? I mean, is there not a
no,
relativistic frame of
point
reference
of
for the globe?
discussion. No, he was explaining something to the young lady who speaks a second language, and he said there's no devices that can detect the motion of Earth, and I just corrected him on that. So that wasn't the point of the
He did
comment.
correct me on that.
Yeah, he explained to you how you were wrong.
Well, don't have to just say you're wrong. It's just a little bit rude.
He explained it to you.
Sorry?
He explained it to you thoroughly.
Explain what to me? To
Why
me?
you were wrong?
About what?
The precession of the ring laser gyroscope was explained to you in depth. I expressed
you haven't
black and
provided.
white to the ring laser gyroscope, and I'm
Yeah,
still
you haven't.
searching for the information. And then after I find these images and I post them, I'm going to get you from the horse's mouth what was experienced with the use of the ring laser gyroscope and the observations that they made.
Yeah, and then at the same time, I hear people tell us that ring laser gyroscopes, like those in aircraft's inertial navigation systems, are detecting Earth's rotation optically. So,
what?
Yeah, that's right. The Sagnac effect.
Right.
So which is it?
Is the
Which is it?
plane
Like,
not? Is the plane not the reference frame? So
you tell me, because your claim contradicts itself, or at least Einstein's does.
No, you just made a claim that you said, and you added in the word apparently. Planes have precession or drift. So can
Yeah,
you
and they
show
use ring laser
that happens?
gyroscopes.
Can you show us that happens though?
No, it doesn't happen. That's the funny thing.
Well, it's not connected to the Earth. Would be why. It's kind of the point of having a
you don't-
gyroscope in
you
an
don't-
aeroplane.
Hey, off the record, you don't remember the quote he gave you at the end of his explanation about how he said, there's no way you can detect the motion of the Earth using
And I
this.
corrected him, and that's not the quote.
Whatever it is, you agreed with it earlier. You remember that, right?
There is it's a fairly critical part of the thing. There is no optical experiment. So he's not saying there's no way to detect it. He said there's no optical experiment that we can devise. It's pretty critical because he's not saying there is no experiment. He's saying there is no optical experiment. It's a critical word to have in that quote.
So
you would have to give then the physical experiment if you're not going to accept an optical, because he's saying you can't derive the cause, because in order to derive the cause, you would have to be able to manipulate the movement of the Earth. And since you can't do that, you have to do it optically. You have to make an observation.
Well, that's not completely true.
Because he's not referencing rotation, he's referencing orbital motion. So you're misconstruing the quote there.
I don't know what you
yeah,
did.
well, the point was do these lasers that are in optical devices, do they register any compression of space-time or not?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I'm telling you, there are contradictory claims out in the wild regarding this, and that's just adding more muddle to the chaos.
Such as? Now, I've got to get a drink. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, such as that airplanes detect Coriolis with their ring laser gyroscopes.
Circled right back to it.
So, like, was Ares' failure a failure or a success?
It just was.
It was both. You know, and what they claim today is, well, the ring laser gyroscopes are far more sensitive and built to higher tolerances than anything available back then. And that may be the case. So then why the need for Einstein to invoke Lorentz contractions and to say this gobbledygook? Oh, because he didn't know the technology might actually detect relativity someday? Well, then I thought, what about Einstein's equivalence principle? We're just going to throw that out the window too, or is this only applicable in select cases for some reason? Relativity is just a bunch of garbage. Like, it's incoherent, and people who study this will tell you that. Yeah, it's funny, I know.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so like Foucault's pendulum, is there any actual meta study out there showing multiple people doing multiple Foucault pendulums all over the world, maybe at the same time, at different locations? And are they able to get reproducible and consistent results?
I reckon that would be up to people who are arguing with it to do that.
Yeah, you brought that up. I'm curious if you know of any.
No, I don't.
Precession is
Why don't flat earthers do it?
Underneath the pendulum, why is it the case that it needs to be calibrated for your latitude?
It doesn't need to be calibrated for your latitude. What do you mean?
The device does need calibration.
How do you calibrate a swinging weight?
All right. As soon as I finish finding the quotation from the gentleman who did the observation with the ring laser gyroscope, I will find you the manual for a Foucault's pendulum, and it's processing and setting it up
That's
so that you
that's
can have your own.
pendulum though. What you're referencing is just a demonstration that has a magnetic kick. So that's not a Foucault's pendulum.
That
Right,
is
because
the
it won't detect Coriolis unless you start it, which is
Then
funny,
what-
right? Because you only need one inertial reference frame, not two non-inertial frames.
Just as I left to get a drink, I think Echo, you said something about
You could have only
getting
got
those
your drink and
isotope
come back
planes
already.
pick up the Coriolis effect. How does that work?
It
That's
doesn't.
supposedly what Foucault's pendulum is detecting.
Coriolis?
Yeah,
No, it's not.
yeah, it is. That's the rotation of one reference frame with respect to an inertial frame, or with respect to another non-inertial frame.
No, you misunderstood.
Yeah, that's Coriolis, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. So what does Coriolis do? How does Coriolis work?
I just described it. It is it is the rotation or movement of one frame of reference with respect to another. So it's an apparent movement, an apparent force, and it's not a real force. It's like, two people that are on a merry-go-round and one person throws a ball to the other person across. The ball looks like it's curving, but the ball was thrown straight.
If I were at the equator and I fired a bullet towards the North Pole, which way would it deflect?
It wouldn't deflect because there's no Earth-based Coriolis.
In the globe model, which way would it deflect?
You don't have to speculate about that. It doesn't happen.
It's in the globe model. In
supposedly
the globe model.
The globe would appear to rotate under it, so it would appear to be moving west.
No, it moves.
Yes.
No, it moves east. It deflects to the east. If you're standing at the equator and you fire a bullet north,
the globe, you got it backwards. The globe rotates west to east under the plane.
You don't understand Coriolis.
The globe rotates west to east under the plane.
This is why you don't know, because you talk over people.
I don't think you don't know what the globe is doing. The globe is rotating west to east under the plane.
Understand the globe model.
Yeah, so the globe rotates west to east, so this means the plane looks like it's moving west if it's decoupled from that reference frame.
What's happening to the ground underneath the bullet?
It's rotating west to east under it. That's the claim.
Yeah. So what speed do we rotate at the equator?
I don't know. Do you want angular, or do you want like a velocity in kilometers or miles?
The ground movement is approximately 1,000 miles an hour, right, west to east. What's that ground speed of the rotation at, say, Tropic of Cancer?
I don't know. You'd have to do the sine of the latitude.
Let's just say 600 miles an hour. Okay, so the ground underneath that bullet is traveling 400 miles an hour slower.
So west to east, still ding dong.
This is why you don't know.
This is why you don't understand. Yeah. So like I was saying, and I was consistent about, the airplane would appear to be moving westward because the plane is rotating eastward under it.
That's not what happens.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. So the question is, why doesn't this happen with cranes or any pendulums that are at rest? They don't detect any rotation underneath.
That's not what Coriolis is, because they haven't been given an initial swing. What you think a wrecking ball just hanging there should just start spinning around? Is that what you think?
Well, that's what should happen if you got an accelerative frame underneath it.
Ridiculous.
It should be dragging that the armature should be dragging the cord that it's suspended on. Yeah, and that's what's supposed to cause precession in a Foucault pendulum. It's that armature that's dragging the cord in a certain direction, right?
Someone who knows what they're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about. You're talking to me, so
you don't know you don't understand what Coriolis is.
Maybe the problem.
Why don't you define it? Okay, let's take a step back. You define Coriolis for me. Go ahead.
As I was saying, if you fire the bullet north, right, when it gets
he's not answering you right now.
Bro, just define Coriolis like I did.
By the time it gets I'm going to explain how it works to you so you can not make.
How about you define it? Because I don't want to listen to you monologue. Okay? Because if you understand Coriolis, then you understand the principle and you can state it simply.
Yep. As the bullet travels north, the ground underneath it is traveling slower from west to east. So it deflects to the right. It deflects to the east. Go look it up. Don't trust me. Go look it up.
Okay. Now, how are you going to prove that in reality?
That's what
I already
happens.
said it doesn't happen in reality, so it's already.
Yeah, right. So you reckon if you were flying from, say,
flying,
Melbourne
we're
in
on a
Australia
different topic.
towards the
We're on a
directly
different
north
topic.
directly towards the equator, do you think the guy flying the plane? Do you think he aims at where he goes, or do you think he aims at where the city is going to be after an 8-hour flight?
They travel pre-prescribed path. They don't travel in accordance to what they think the globe is doing.
Sure.
True or false?
So yeah, you're right. There are flight paths, but they're not confined to like a dead straight line.
You know
So
what?
it's
I just
fascinating.
figured out this numpty thinks he's got God's eye view of the Earth, and that's why he thinks
Oh,
it's
God.
deflecting to the east. To an
Sometimes he doesn't
observer on the
know what
ground, it's going to the
Coriolis is.
west, bro. Because the guy on the ground is outpacing the Earth, or outpacing the plane from Earth. He's staring it up at the plane. And Earth is rotating like 1,000 miles an hour, 600 miles per hour to the east, while the plane is flying north.
Yep.
So from his
where does-
standpoint, the plane
so
appears
where
to
does he
be
aim the
flying
plane?
west.
So where does he aim the plane then? Because by the time he got to his destination, it'd be 600 miles away, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then how does he land? What if the airstrip is situated west east? Is he going to have to like increase his throttle in order to catch up to this spinning globe Earth? No, nobody does that.
No, that's right. So you don't know. So that's another thing you don't understand: conservation of momentum.
Oh, so now you get to go back and forth. Now you got a conservation of momentum. So that just basically makes this claim unfalsifiable, doesn't it? Oh, you can't tell that there's Coriolis because the conservation of momentum is now your argument.
You can tell that there's Coriolis. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. No, there's conservation of momentum, you said. You can't tell.
Landing on a landing strip that's a mile long, for argument's sake, which they're not, but landing on a landing strip that's a mile long does not have anything to do with Coriolis.
It would if Earth is rotating and the landing strip's on the runway and the plane is decoupled from that frame of reference.
Sure.
And it's moving off to the east. So get this, the runway is moving eastward relative to the plane. So somebody sitting on the tarmac is going to watch the plane appear to move west, just like I said.
Sure.
Right. I don't think he understands his own model.
Yeah, like you guys, like
I do
retarded
understand the
3D
model.
spatial reasoning.
You misrepresent the model all the time. That's why I brought it.
All right, what did I misrepresent just now?
Coriolis.
All right, specifically, what was I wrong about?
That if you fired a bullet north from the equator, it would deflect to the west. It doesn't. It deflects to
No, it's from, well, listen, because I'm describing it from the frame of reference on the ground. You're describing it from the frame of reference in God's eye view, in an absolute inertial frame.
What do you can make up all the excuses for why you.
No, this is not an excuse. Listen, you're describing it from a different frame of reference than me, okay? And you're describing it from a frame of reference that you actually can't observe it from.
I'm explaining it how you would draw it on a globe. If you had to take a pen and draw on the globe, where's the bullet going to end up? Draw the path that the bullet takes. Like, is that not reality enough for you?
No, like, listen, you're describing the same thing I am, but you just don't understand that I'm describing it from the ground frame and not God's frame.
So having a different reference of frame would land the bullet in a different position. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in fact, that's the whole point of Coriolis, is that there's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, to the east. How it doesn't matter where you stand. It's not going to deflect to the west.
Oh, really? So what direction is the globe spinning under the airplane?
It doesn't spin under the airplane.
Oh, wait, right. Conservation momentum. Now you don't have any Coriolis to detect.
It's conservation of momentum. As you're traveling away from the fastest rotating part of the Earth, the ground underneath you is rotating slower from west to east. By the time you get to the North Pole, it's basically
So is
not
the plane
moving.
losing momentum or is it conserving momentum?
It's maintaining its momentum west to east, but the ground underneath it gets slower and slower the further north you go, or further south if that's the way you're going. So it keeps its 1,000 miles an hour west to east, but the ground underneath it doesn't. As you travel further north, the ground is going slower and slower and slower. That's why it deflects to the east. Because whatever it is, whatever
Yeah,
it is, it had 1,000 miles an
deflects
hour.
to the east.
It had 1,000 miles west to east imparted on it when it left the end of the rifle, if we're talking about guns, right? And it maintains that west to east 1,000 miles an hour momentum, right? But as it travels north, the ground underneath it, when you get to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going at about 600 miles an hour. So it's got 400 miles an hour west to east speed imparted on it, momentum imparted on it, and the ground underneath it doesn't. So it deflects to the east.
How much momentum is lost over time?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Is the air sticking to the ground, or is it decoupled from the ground?
Well, it's physically decoupled from the ground, but it's the general term is it travels with the ground.
Yeah, which is it?
Well, it doesn't move separately from the ground, but it's not attached to the ground. It's like if you put your teaspoon in a cup. None of the coffee stays still when you spin it, but it doesn't all spin at the same speed. It's not attached to the spoon that you're doing, but it's massively affected by the spoon.
So is it massively affected by the spoon, or is it really not?
What are you getting at, dude? Just
Is the atmosphere massively affected by the Coriolis of Earth, or is it really not?
Yes, it's affected by the Coriolis of the Earth.
All right. How do you know?
Cyclones and tornadoes, whatever you want to call them, never cross the equator ever in recorded history.
I can pull up some ground tracks where they do, but
no, you can't. Not honest ones, not legitimate ones. You can't.
I can also pull up ground tracks where they're spinning in opposite directions on the same side of the equator.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know about that, but
well, yeah,
fine. That's opposite of your claim, dude.
What's that?
Literally.
Well, why doesn't it?
How is it fine if it's the opposite of your claim? If your claim is that they don't do this thing, and then he shows you that they're doing the thing, how is that okay? How is that fine?
I didn't say that they're doing the thing that he said they do. So, dude, can you pay attention, please?
Are you not paying attention?
No, you're not paying attention. I said they don't cross the equator. He said they spin in different directions. I said, yeah, fine, whatever. I didn't say they don't spin in different directions. I don't know that they do.
Show you them crossing over. And then
tornadoes.
No, he can't. He can't show me legitimate data and show me that they're crossing the equator. It's never happened in recorded history. Everyone who's listening, go look it up.
Yeah, it happened multiple times.
No, it hasn't.
Yes.
Sure. Where's that from?
NASA. They said it was meteorology and topography that did it rather than the rotation of the Earth. It was stunned. It broke them when the storm was first reported. Is Typhoon Vaime. They said they reported as two different storms. Why did they do that? What they said? Why did we do that? Because they said it wasn't possible for the storm to cross the equator, so it must have been two different storms. But then a naval ship, said we tracked that storm.
Were they tornadoes
the whole
or just
time.
storms? Were they tornadoes or storms?
Not a tornado, a typhoon. It was a hurricane.
Can you spell? Can you spell
no, this is why I want you to do the fetch quest. I want you to be able to find this information. It's not that if I spoon feed you, it's like give a man a fish, you feed him for the day.
Oh my God.
Teach him the fish. You feed him for a lifetime.
So you don't want to present your data.
No, this is what I want you to do. I want you said there's never happened in your reality. In your reality, this has never happened.
God.
Not only has it happened once, since then it's happened repeated times. This is one of the things they say with global warming. It's like shifting where the band of the equator is. You need to be able to find this information. It's on you to be able to find this. You cannot and stick your head in the sand and pretend this stuff doesn't exist. That's fine. If you want to do that, I'm not going to follow you there. What you can do is be like, what were they talking about? And then look it up and find it. or don't. You pick what you want to do.
So, do I trust you with the baseless claim, or do I trust the experience of reality?
You can trust yourself, whatever you do, but if you listen to other people, you need to validate what they're saying.
Yeah, this is you. This is not anything to do with me. This is you. You said this has never happened. Are you willing to challenge that assumption or not? If you're not, I don't.
Can I be able to put pictures back into the thing over here? Because I just looked up Vimy. It didn't cross the equator. So what?
Oh, so Plain and Truth just posted an article saying it did. And if we go back to our earlier discussion, I just posted a deflection towards the west of an airplane, happens whether the airplane's flying north or south, because the globe is supposedly spinning towards the east. So you've been wrong on both accounts.
What do you? Hey, you're looking at something.
And here's multiple storm systems on the same side of the equator spinning in opposite directions. Post another GIF. So right now you're like 0 for 3. That's pretty bad.
Where is this sporadic echo? Where is that picture from? That's just some made up thing and it's bullshit. That's not how Coriolis works.
And what, a demonstration of a rotating reference frame under an airplane?
I like how you got it so I can't put pictures in the chat and validate my claims. You asked me to validate shit, but then you don't let me.
With you.
guys
This
are
is
so
your
full
job
of
as the
shit, man.
perms and the server to do so.
Yeah, right.
No, you're not special.
Yeah,
You have to wake up.
validate your claims. You need to wake up, but you
Just
can't
look
post
it up. You
anything
don't
that
need
will
to post
validate your claims because then we'll look like idiots. We'll post all our stuff that's complete bullshit.
That's appeal to
But
motive. That's a
you can't.
logical fallacy.
Yeah,
I told you what the answer was
fallacy.
already.
You love
You just
logical
ignored it.
fallacies, don't you?
If you're going to
You're
ignore
on
the
it.
answer, just straight up ignore what I say, why would I do anything for you? You just gave me a straight up reason
everything you say
not
because you talk
to.
shit. Right.
Okay, this is from Professor Paul Roundy at University Albany SUNY. That's New York. Typhoon Vaimai, which formed near Singapore on December 21st, 2001. Since tropical cyclone observation started in 1886 in the North Atlantic and 1945 in the western North Pacific, the previous recorded lowest latitude for a tropical cyclone was 3.3 degrees north for Typhoon Sarah in 1956. With its circulation center at 1.5 degrees north. Typhoon Vaimai's circulation was on both sides of the equator. U.S. naval ships reported maximum sustained surface wind of 87 miles per hour. And okay, so there you go. So yeah, I mean, just womp womp. And then underneath that is a GIF showing the deflection of the airplane towards the west for an observer, like I'd been saying consistently from the beginning, which, our friend here couldn't even define Coriolis in the first place.
Literally.
And then the third, posting 2 weather systems. I know it's for the audience. 2 weather systems doing counter-cyclical rotations on the same side of the equator. Yeah, okay. Everybody thinks that their little worldview is all buttoned up and neat, that we have it all figured out. And this is what gets people questioning the prevailing cosmology, right? People find all these inconsistencies. It's like we're finding bugs in the software code and we're showing them to people and they don't want to believe it.
I don't know if AI is powerful enough to actually scan all the thousands and thousands, 10,000s of hours of video we have on YouTube and just go through it and figure out every single time we prove the globe are wrong. We would have thousands of hours of video, just clip after clip after clip for the same things, usually. It would be fun to do it. I have it on my to-do list for whenever we have some AI that can do that.
Well, if you know more information than the average person, then when you a question to the AI on a known topic, you'll notice that it gives you the initial algorithmic most popular response. Like, at what height can I see the curvature of the Earth? Well, initially it'll give you height from an airplane because that's most common looked up answer, right? But if you know that mathematically you can't see curvature of the Earth, even up to the height of the ISS, then you can get it to concede and give you a different altitude. You're essentially making it look again.
Precisely. And it notes the same contradictions any thinking human being would note and lead them to the same conclusions that we've been led to. So guys, just so you know, one of the reasons I love Google Gemini's and AI so much, even though it's Google, is because it's also trained on and has deep access to YouTube. And it does do summaries. It can transcribe YouTube videos that have already been, like, I don't think it just does the closed captioning. So I went through Antonio Subarat's collection of 155 or so videos he's done. And each of these are like on average 2 hours long. And I had Google Gemini do summaries for each and every single one of them and then index them and link them and categorize them. It's able to identify different speakers too. So yeah, for any enterprising fan out there, you may want to pick up a subscription. I think it's like $20 a month for the base one.
So would you be able to, for example, give it a link to a YouTube video and just ask it, did anyone claim that, moon precessions are because of the Earth's shadow? Would it be able to find that?
I think so.
Interesting.
I mean, this is almost the moment we've been waiting for as a community, recording diligently every conversation for the past 10 years, 24/7. Now, what I don't think it can do. Yeah. One limitation still, which may not be a limitation in the future, is I can't give it like a channel or a set of channels and ask it to do a needle in a haystack search for a particular topic. I don't think it'll do that right now. It's possible, but like having it find something somebody said out of these like 400 videos.
Well, that's coming. It is. Create a bot just listens in on this discussion that we're having. If a Glober says something ridiculous, it already has some kind of citation or reference ready from one of the earlier discussions we have where we completely crushed that argument, and it can just quickly link it in. This is going to be so much fun. Give it a couple of more years and we're there. Glober fact check for AI.com, whatever.
These Globers always mess up the Coriolis effect.
Well, it's because they heard the information in school, didn't really pay attention, and then now they're trying to regurgitate something they half-assed paid attention to.
Truth.
Since then, they haven't even. They're only looking it up right now since it's being brought to the forefront of their mind.
Yeah, that last guy was getting it completely wrong. You're really patient with him, whoever was like trying to tell him how it actually works, because it's an observer effect. So why would you describe the deflection from any viewpoint other than the observer? Like you wouldn't. So it's obvious he's just Googling shit and like, oh, this is what Google says.
You couldn't even define the words he was using, so yeah.
Yeah, that was the big thing, because he didn't understand the principle. Right. I mean, so I Googled Coriolis too, and you know what? I find the satellite view. I find the God's eye view of the Earth, which makes what he was saying true from that perspective. But he didn't understand that I was consistently describing an observer from a ground view, which changes the frame of reference. I am now on, as an observer, I am on that moving frame of reference relative to the airplane. I mean, geez. And I was only describing like the west to east rotation multiple times. And then he thought he was rebutting me by describing a different angular velocity, different latitudes. I'm like, no, man, nobody's disputing that. And I even told him that you'd use the sign of the latitude in order to alter, in order to get the different mile per hour angular velocity that you have relative to the equator, the further north you go. And he just kind of glazed past that.
The YouTube audience, so you guys know, he ran away. He's no longer here.
Right. So, yep, we started hitting them with sources, source after source, reference. I started to read a reference thank you, Crit, for jumping in too with some detail. That got everybody's search engine spun up, and he couldn't handle it. Just no, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Good morning, guys.
Hi.
Morning.
So let me guess, someone spent thousands of dollars on computer technology for their rifle, and they think that helps them shoot better.
Absolutely not. I'm a qualified expert marksmanship and 12 force and 4. Like, really?
Right. I remember some of y'all have heard me say this story before, but I remember when I was in the Army learning how to shoot, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have to account for the Coriolis." So I asked, "How do we account for the Coriolis?" And they said, "We don't."
Yeah, I've been saying it for years. We just do the do. It says it in the manual. We don't do it in real life. We just account for distance, elevation, and wind only. We don't point our barrel rifles to the left a little bit because the Earth's spinning, or to the right. No, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and he can play a factor too. Oh, go ahead.
The deepest you'll get into like needing to take into account anything would be the rifling for the barrel, what it does to the bullet, and how the bullet travels.
1000%.
Yeah, if it's rifled clockwise or counterclockwise.
A little bit of Kentucky wind, maybe.
And I bet he's never read the actual definition of Coriolis effect. Literally says a fictitious force.
Fictitious just means real, right? It's factitious.
Yeah, and Jabroni over here just introduced a third reference frame. The guy who left.
So he's like claiming that the Coriolis is a reference frame?
We were on that kick, which he was hacking up himself. I mean, anytime they invoke relativity, they step in it because they both need and don't want the Einstein equivalence principle to be true. But after that, like he mentioned Foucault's pendulum, and I said, "Oh, you're detecting Coriolis," and then he said, "No." He seemed a bit unsure, and that got into the Coriolis discussion. So I defined Coriolis for him. I described the two reference frames. Reference frame 1 being the Earth, reference frame 2 being the airplane. And this guy starts describing the motion as seen from a third reference frame from a stationary observer in outer space.
Yeah, he started.
He didn't understand that he was doing that. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said he started talking about shooting bullets in space after that failed.
I guess if you can introduce as many reference frames as you want, you can be correct about anything. Like in one of Einstein's reference frames, you could have a Earth look flat, but another it looks curved.
You didn't even get to where Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can score a football goal because of Coriolis.
No. There's conservation of momentum. That way you can't detect it. Oh, so how do you know it? How do you know there's Coriolis? Well, you can detect it, but there's conservation of momentum, so you can't. But you can.
He always tied himself up into logical knots.
Like, all right, is the air that the plane traveling through is that rotating with the Earth or not? Well, yeah, it is. It is, but you can't detect it. But the effect of Earth's rotation is significant. I was saying.
We started invoking common knowledge, saying, "Well, we know the Earth is spinning certain degrees every 24 hours." No, you have to prove that first.
Man, that poor dude.
Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin'. I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You could switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it. Mhm.
Yes. And you can switch it to pass fail. And then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh, rest
Is this
in
why
peace,
we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I look at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space, dude. It's just
Yeah,
meant
even then,
to get people to ask the question, how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because at this point, everyone should.
How is it a troll
understand
question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. This the question itself is kind of a
There's
dumb
no
question.
vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
In
the goal
like
model.
Vacuum, yeah. Like a vacuum is kind of arbitrary. Like, what we call a.
And
a
why do we
vacuum.
use? What is we using the word for?
That's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space
This is like
vacuum?
you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you
Mhm.
go up a mountain or something like that, that like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is that?
And if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, like you just have like a
Does it
gradient.
okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
Yeah, does it? Well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to 0. It doesn't ever get to
Oh,
0.
so it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some
No, the
point.
gradient
It's just a
stops. It stops
gradient.
being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
But you know how gradients work, right? You start with some number and then you have some other number and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
See, this is the problem with making that silly argument that if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to zero or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that container boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out.
Into what?
Into nothing. There's just
yeah, exactly. Nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
Yeah, there doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think
but then there
I'm
wouldn't be a
responding.
vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was
No,
one molecule in a
it's
fucking
still-
light year of space, that's still that's still a not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there. What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing.
Well, they make who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes,
but
exactly.
yeah, great, and that proves that space exists, because
No, it doesn't prove it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about, okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use
don't wanna-
empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and
Great,
thinner and
that's
thinner.
descriptive.
the
That's
further you go-
great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really it never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation, or
Never-
do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say a speculation from my own experience. Yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth. There's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional like points of information that you have. Like it's not just only this one thing that you have, like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a
the
fucking
major
idiot.
problem the major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. Can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber, and the gravity of the Earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen, but that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, and it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, it's easy to talk about, right? That, hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great. That's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep you guys really need to get this, and this is why you guys constantly get smashed by us, dude. To being honest, is because science is empirical, and you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical when you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in, or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to, but your position is it never stops, it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically.
It goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could just, so at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down
forever.
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to.
It does matter because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it does. It doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis.
Why
Rusty
would
P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does not have to be a
what's
barrier.
The evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so you know wind, for example?
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
One gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
What happens? Yeah.
Yeah,
wind.
the high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, it can all depend,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity.
Yeah, real life.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think is like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought? Oh, we can't figure this shit out, but...
They didn't figure out gravity, okay? There's two values. There's little g and big G, right? Little g we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little g in there predicting fucking gas molecules are taking parabolic arcs, falling back to Earth.
It doesn't have to.
Like, how do you create gas pressure? You just appeal to gravity.
Yeah, so what?
So say we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Mm-hmm.
What makes it come back down? What if it's at a 45-degree angle? Does it take a parabolic arc and fall back to Earth?
Can have depends on the energy that it has.
Okay, but at some point, right, it'll fall back to Earth, right? It doesn't have, but at some point though, it'll fall back to Earth, right? If gravity's affecting it.
Correct.
And it's not going to fuck off into the vacuum. The gravity is going to do thermodynamics. Now, this isn't in any theory of gas. This can't be demonstrated in a lab or any experiment. Like I said, Rusty, you can say stuff. You can say, yeah, gravity is what causes the gas pressure. But science is empirical. That is a hypothesis. Gravity creates gas pressure. Demonstrate your hypothesis is true in some fucking experiment. This is why you guys fail, because it always comes down to science is empirical. It's based upon tests of the natural world, in the natural world. And when we go do this test, what do you want to know what's going to happen? Where your hypothesis will be falsified.
That's so, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't the
Get
same
a vacuum
thing apply
chamber,
to you?
put gas inside of it, measure gas pressure at the bottom and not at the top.
Okay.
You know that's stupid. You know that would never happen.
No, you don't. No, because you don't have to do that.
How are you
This
going
is
to
like some-
demonstrate? How are you going to demonstrate gravity creates gas pressure?
You take a sample. You measure gas pressure at the ground at sea level, for example.
That doesn't give you the cause.
No, you don't have. You don't have to measure the cause. Like, no people other than fucking flat
Then
earthers.
how do we know it's
fucking could do
causing the
that.
gas pressure then?
You can derive information based on evidence.
Yeah,
No,
our
like, you
evidence is gas pressure, 15 pounds per square inch at sea level, some other value at the top of a mountain. How do we know what caused the difference?
Again, you can derive information from things you observe or measure. Like it's if you like what?
Yeah,
what okay,
right. We
like,
have
okay, wait.
information. We have a bunch of data. We're taking the data and we're trying to interpret it and see what the data says and what it means.
Yes,
Okay.
okay,
We
let's-
know we've measured a pressure difference. We want to know why is there a pressure difference? Okay. What causes there to be a pressure difference?
Okay,
What
so-
experiment can we do to see if things falling is the same cause as the gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. So let's put it to the flat Earth side, maybe.
Oh no
and
no
say-
no 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 no
No?
no 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 no
There's
no
no point?
no no
can't
Rusty,
do it?
no,
You can't do it?
stop.
Okay.
No, I'm being nice, dude. I freaking lucky I'm not screaming at you, bro. You said gravity creates things falling. That was your demonstration, your analogy.
That's my
Hey, if I
claim.
drop something, it
Claim.
falls. That's what's creating gas pressure. The same thing that I dropped the freaking bowling ball. The same thing that made that happen creates the gas pressure. How do you know that?
That is a claim that I make, that when we see things falling and that we have a great pressure gradient in the atmosphere, that's a claim that I make. Okay, there's
You don't
gravity.
even know what causes the first one. How are you going to know that whatever causes that is the same thing that causes the second one?
Yeah, no, I that is my claim, right? That's what I'm claiming. Now, if we have like a debate about whether the Earth is flat with the flat Earth model and stuff like that,
What
and
flat
I'm
Earth
making
model?
the claim, it doesn't matter the flat. I'm making the claim that gravity is what's causing that. Now, if we are putting the two models side by side, like in a fucking Tekken universe versus shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, what causes this thing to happen, what we see in real life, whether the Earth is flat or not? What's causing things to fall down on the flat Earth? Or
Nobody
to
knows why
produce-
things fall, Rusty. Do you understand? You can say why all you want. Nobody knows why.
Okay, so
do you think you know
can't,
why?
You can't make any
Neither
claims.
can you. You can claim you know why, but you don't. Because I can ask you one simple question. What was the experiment that determined the causal mechanism of a falling object? And you can't tell me one. Nobody can tell me one.
Yeah, I can tell you one.
Oh, okay. Tell me the causal mechanism of a falling object. Go for it.
You take an object, you let go of it, drops it down to the ground.
Okay.
That's an experiment that you can make.
That's the effect. We want to know why.
Okay.
You just gave us the observed natural phenomenon. We want the
okay.
cause of it.
Yeah.
You gave us a dependent variable. We want the independent variable, Rusty. The cause.
Things of like things that have mass, right? Objects that have mass attract each other. Is that enough? Probably not. Next thing would be
because
you have a
what that I want, because you're sitting here saying we like X causes Y. You don't have evidence for X causes Y. Okay. You're just saying I could just say the same thing you'd have, and I same thing I could say. Well, it's magic freaking fairies with rubber bands that cause things to fall. I'd have the same evidence you do. Nothing.
Okay, so the entire world is just
Who
fucking
cares what the
thumbs
entire
up.
world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't care what the entire world thinks.
Yeah,
If everybody
but
agreed there was magic fucking elf rubber bands, would you be in here fighting for that?
oh,
And I'd be, the whole world thinks it's magic elves with rubber bands. It's got to be true. The whole world thinks it. The whole world thinks a lot of stupid things. I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob thinks.
I understand that, but it's like the level of evidence that you require is impossible.
It's no, it's not.
give
No,
to
no,
you.
no, no. It's a simple experiment.
It's not, apparently.
Yeah, because it's a shit theory. It's not even a theory.
What experiment would
Look,
you?
it is so in
what you
science, the
propose?
scientific method determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, you have independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable. Your dependent variable is your observed natural phenomenon. Now, we've known for fucking 200 years how to do the scientific method and figure out when we see a natural phenomenon, if we can isolate the independent variable to figure it, we can even quantify it and come up with a law of nature, right? You don't have that for gravity. It's a shit idea. That's why they're still fighting about it. Is Einstein right? Is Newton right? What about quantum fucking other quantum emergent gravity? And this is why there's 70 freaking theories of gravity, right? Because
again, like,
it's fundamentally a shit idea.
What experiment would you consider to prove it to your specifications?
Look, what do you mean prove what?
Gravity.
The cause?
Yeah, the cause.
The same thing that follows the scientific method. You isolate an independent variable and manipulate it, and that would manipulate the effect.
So what would you propose to prove that?
A scientific method experiment, dude?
Yeah, but how would you do it?
Okay, let's say, okay, I'll tell you. So, say your independent variable is mass. Mass causes gravity, whatever the fuck mass is. Another poorly defined fucking thing. So let's say it's mass. Mass causes things to fall. Okay, so we can manipulate, that's our independent variable. So we'll take two different masses. Take a mass that's fucking 100 kilograms. We'll take one that's 1,000,000 kilograms. We drop them both. We see which one falls faster. Right? We manipulate it. We want to change the effect. We want to manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. That's how we figure out what the cause is. As long as we've eliminated all the other possible confounding variables, we can definitely say, hey, this causes that. Right? So this test, if you do this test, what you'll find is, irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
Oh, what the cause is, though.
So your cause, mass, can't be the cause. Because it had no effect on it had no manipulation of the independent variable, had no effect on the dependent variable.
It can still be the cause, but
how can it be the cause if manipulating it doesn't change it?
Yeah, no, it can still be an indicator of like different masses, for example, like fall at a different rate or something.
Rusty,
like that,
let me
right?
use an analogy. You want to go on the date, there's a whole bunch of girls, and they're all saying no. And they say, if you change one thing, we'll all go on a date with you. So you change your hairstyle, and they all say no. Now you know that's not the cause of them not going on a date. You change your shoes, they say no. Well, that's not the cause. Then you change your cologne, and then they all go on dates with you. Now you know what causes them not to go on a date with you. You smelled. Okay, it wasn't your shoes, it wasn't your hair, it was your frickin' cologne. Okay, you understand? So if I manipulate mass and it doesn't change the effect, and I still get something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that's not the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the point.
Yeah. So mass can't be the cause. So you asked me to tell you how to do it. We're going to drop two different masses. We'll drop two different weights. So we use, okay, weight, mass. We'll drop fucking two different densities. Oh shit, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Different densities fall at different rates. Shit. But we got a confounding variable. We got the fucking air that surrounds it. Okay, let's fucking old dude, fucking beat me to it. How'd you know where I was going, old dude? So this experiment in here is in a vacuum chamber, and they use different elements. So it's just called Bremen Drop Tower. It's 5 stories. Okay, they have a vacuum chamber. They put this shit in a capsule and drop it in the vacuum chamber. Now they have, and this dude did an experiment and then got kicked out. He's German. He put all these different elements. They're all the same mass, as in, whatever, and whatever that means. And he dropped them, but they didn't all fall at the same rate in the vacuum chamber. So what this tells you is that mass, even though it's the same, if you do a carefully controlled experiment, there's some other variable that manipulates the rate of fall, that manipulates G.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is gravity is fucking unknown, dude. It's just an unknown.
How though? Like what you just said is like that's what we understand as gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but
Like it's like
the understanding
some
is
unknown shit.
it's more like, it's an understanding that's more like a kid's story. Like they tell people, like, we understand this, but they really don't.
Yeah, well, like like generally people understand that when we come to
In a descriptive way, we understand it. Like we know, like we can make formulas and predict what happens. Like we shoot a cannon, right? Based upon, a formulas, we know where the cannonball is going to land, right? Using little g. But like I said earlier, that's known empirically. We don't need a theory of gravity to make those predictions. We don't need to know why any of that happens.
Of course. You can figure it out. Like, hey, cavemen can figure shit out.
Yeah, you could actually just feed the data into an AI, and the AI could figure out where the fucking cannonball is going to land without knowing anything about Newton's laws, right? So,
I mean, you got to put the numbers in, but it's not about like the fact that.
Well, yeah, you could shoot like a trillion cannonballs, right, and just punch in the numbers of different the different configurations of the cannon and the cannonball and the distances and where it lands and all that shit, right? You feed it into the AI and fucking you like once it's done being trained, you go, okay, I shot a cannon, it was tilted at 45 degrees, and the cannonball is gonna, it's got this much gunpowder. The cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer. But it wouldn't need to use Newton's laws to figure any of that shit out, right?
So no, because a trebuchet can launch a stone 90 kilos for 300 fucking meters, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna bust that fucking wall, that castle.
I want to see a human trebuchet, dude. I want to see a fucking launch a human being. But
bro, we had one right next to my next village or whatever. They had a fucking trebuchet. They shot shit from it. Damn, that shit goes far. But again, you don't have to you don't have to know anything about like gravity or what like we have today. Of course, you can like look at a stone flying a certain distance based on your trebuchet or your catapult.
Yeah,
but it's like if there is like things that you can derive from that information about like how far things fly.
My only point is that you don't need to know the causal mechanism. Like saying, hey, we understand gravity, but that's two different. Like it's a very poor idea. That's all I'm saying. This is why Newton freaking didn't believe it, because it's a poor. The idea itself is poor. It's conflated. Like I said, big G and little g. There's the so-called universal law of gravitation, where two masses pull each other. But then there's little g. In the real world, we do everything with little g. We're not doing fucking GM1 M2 divided by R fucking squared calculations. We're just calculating little g. So, which is, like I said, is known empirically. So when we jump from that and start saying causes, this causes why? Hey, air pressure, that's caused by gravity. Okay. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean the fucking big G or the little g gravity? Oh, the little g gravity. Okay. Where's the evidence that fucking little g makes shit like gases fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? There's no evidence of any of that shit, or that gas can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can do thermodynamic work, or that gravity can change. Think of how crazy it is to say that shit. That gravity would have to be, or little g would have to be able to do things like heat up matter and change the phases of matter and turn things from solid to liquid and liquid to fucking gas and like all sorts of shit. If you had a gravity dial, right, and started manipulating your gravity dial, that fucking things would matter would change phase. Because it has to be able to do because the gas, it's a thermodynamic state. You understand? It's a state of matter. So that thermodynamic state has a certain behavior. And saying gravity can overcome its intrinsic fucking behavior of a gas, of what it does, saying, hey, gravity just stops it from doing what it normally does. There's no evidence of that. And that's a freaking tall claim, man.
Yeah, okay, like you don't have to go to this like specific level of shit, right? Like
I think we do for this, yeah. It's saying they're fucking got machines fucking floating around fucking a million miles away.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have like pretty much with all science, you don't go to the absolute base level of why things happen, right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but at some point it's like you like as a normal person, you basically can't understand what the fuck's happening, right?
Yeah, I understand, but like what we have here, Rusty, is on one hand we have the laws of thermodynamics, which have no known violations, and in fact, if you look at what's been written by scientists in the literature, Einstein said out of the 3 freaking legs of a stool of physics, thermodynamics is one of the legs, and if you took it out, the whole thing would collapse. Fucking Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that supposedly confirmed his theory, his eclipse theory of fucking bending light. He said anyone that theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics is condemned to the greatest humiliation. So like it's like things like that on one hand. So that's what they say on one hand. And then they say gravity violates the laws of thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that actually incorporates gravity into it. You can look all through the textbooks, you can ask ChatGPT, you can look wherever you want, but there's no actual testable thermodynamic theory that has ever survived any laboratory experiment. So like we have a bunch of hypotheticals. The whole idea that gravity can create gas pressure and alter the thermodynamic behavior of gas is a hypothesis. That hypothesis has no evidence. They'll say things like, well, it happens on Earth, obviously, because it's obvious. There's this outer space thing, and we have gas pressure gradient, so blah, 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 right? No, it's not obvious. You have to be able to demonstrate in science your central claims through experiment. You just don't get a freebie of like, we can't test it, so we get to assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the word gravity or whatever. Like you can use whatever word you want, but
yeah, I agree.
What like if we go from like a base perspective, like let's say we are back in a fucking cave era or whatever, we don't have any like tools to measure it appropriately. Let's say we go up a mountain and we kind of we can feel it's getting harder and harder to breathe the further up the mountain you go.
You're right, just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you
why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence? There's this thing called outer space vacuum.
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever. It doesn't stop.
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
you go
stop.
right back to the same thing. Is what causes the gas to stop? Right. What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No.
You're right back at the starting point.
No. That's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like it doesn't stop or whatever. Like it
Ever.
doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word stop has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion. Because that's not what the vacuum
No,
of
it
space
does.
is.
I'm
That's
trying to
not
explain to
no
you
one
why it
no
means something.
no
Because
no
then
one
we're
is
just
saying that.
quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually like, do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's
I'm
the
trying to
point?
tell you it's impossible.
Well, that okay. So what's the point? What are we in? What are we even arguing about? Like,
Do you think it exists?
yes, I do.
Why?
Well, that then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around the ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced
Yeah,
and that I
that's
can
great.
think about. Also, because I have a brain that I can like think about and say,
Uh-huh.
okay, if I go
Okay,
higher,
so it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
Mm-hmm. No,
Trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, like
And
no, from this specific point of argument, like if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yep. So what would that tell
When
you?
does it stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never,
right?
never, ever.
It never
Don't
stops
ask me a
getting thinner.
question and ask
Okay.
us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe, it gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us the question.
Okay. I mean, this like alone, like I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and
This
not
was your evidence.
include it. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain, it gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you like, you know. What
Okay, so let me ask it like this: What was the point of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? What was the point?
The point
what does that tell us?
Discussion that we had before about the
What
atmosphere.
Jedi's asking you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want to say
this is okay. Hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever,
no, that don't.
Right.
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then like you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So like,
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid like some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, like you admitted, is that like, is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So like where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? Like how does it go down? At what rate? Like how do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists.
We
Is what
don't
we're
really
talking
do
about.
that. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, like you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you Okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? Like it's
we're
if you go-
extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact? Like,
yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we got 15 pounds per square inch of sea level. We got freaking 10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, like it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm gonna ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also the thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it
Is
was
the temperature equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature.
It's called thermodynamics. We're not doing thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, like, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or like a glass thing, like a.
Is this container static?
What do you call it? What do you call it? Like the firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced within inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
in your imaginary container.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay, of course. So it'd be like the Earth, then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now, within the laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic system must be closed.
Mà từ thông tin đấy để suy ra được tam giác nào bằng tam giác nào.
Someone hot micing? Or am I going crazy right now?
Từ tam giác đích để suy ra hai góc bằng nhau.
What the hell's going on?
Tam giác mục tiêu, tam giác mục tiêu.
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
Yeah, he was muted. Yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be closed, though.
Yeah, it does. Or the gas would expand into another available volume if that available volume was vacuous and available space. If the gas is not contained, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to expand because of the energy that's held within the gas is given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas here.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to like live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you And I feel like if you like right now, of course, like the sun is putting
the sun.
energy.
No, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
we're talking about how it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have
no.
You don't even have to like refer to gravity because
we're not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
It does what?
I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause?
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tyre, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not the container. In that case, like it's the same.
Again, listen. Force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a I mean, I can
is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my little experiment.
If I say that gravity creates a gradient and someone
then you can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that in an experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like,
yeah, you can't do an experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
no, that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's an experiment towards some.
No, it's not an experiment. It's the observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and okay, what we can use a different word than gravity.
It's not an experiment yet. It's not even a hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the phenomena.
And
we agree. Now, what causes that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I asked you 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
No, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to cause, even though you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you stumble over any more words?
No, at some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then
it's not whether we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
you don't have the evidence. So yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Look, this is how it works. And they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. And you're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
A concept. Right? Like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence?
You accept.
But you can, first off, you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
Oh God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some weird loop, dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes, circular reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behavior of rocks. We're talking about the behavior of gases. So in your analogy or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying, like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying, like, it's like, if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any you don't have to, like, what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion?
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay, so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place then. Not being as we're not coming to any conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go, again, like, if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that, like, for like I mean,
getting further away from where the gas is produced.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Hold on, you're gaining altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, fucking dynamics. Yeah. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what, like, could you like draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared
Seasons.
to the base of the mountain, at the same
Yeah,
time, probably
yeah.
like colder, right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like
Not
throughout the year, shit changes.
all the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah, the amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how different temperatures of gases are going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I got a fucking...
feel like I'm educating you're caveman. You're asking what conclusions we reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. I haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I don't have to do it. It's just that gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the kinetic theory of gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a G in PV equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be. And I haven't even said anything about it.
It have to be gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that. You're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? Doesn't logically follow that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay, if you think that, there's...
It's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Great gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary. Now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there's gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes
existing around it?
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container. Fuck.
But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're saying
so brainwashed you can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. Are you sick and tired?
We have just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah,
right?
We're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tire. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container,
then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
no, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it would be obvious to you that there was a container unless we demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to need demonstration.
Oh my God.
Actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just
my God, you're broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure.
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then you got upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Okay, so the gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was your point?
There's no point.
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not making any sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
stop him.
We don't.
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up.
You said you didn't want to bring up gravity.
Yes.
So what was the point of us being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To demonstrate there isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't exist.
You're making a claim it's caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again, I said
someone else talked to me.
No, you you did it. Again, like I said, we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the like
You
overall.
brought up two examples: one, a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to breathe, and then you brought up there's gas surrounding us. At no point in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially
you
said
do now.
because you bring it all you bring it up all the way, like
Tripping
all the
over your
time.
fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like,
Yeah,
please, I'm
alright.
begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence.
Yeah, and the same thing that who was that person before me that left? So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate, or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Jedi. Yep, yeah. He, like Jedi, yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean, it seemed
Well, I
like he
mean,
was
like
just
I told you,
deflecting.
this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like, I was trying to say that, okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity.
Why aren't you addressing what I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with him, but
talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I just look around at reality. It's not specifically gravity, but
you looked around at reality, and you concluded that there's no container for the Earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made when I was a kid.
I just want to know where you get the idea that somehow gas pressure is the way you think it is for the reason you think it is.
Could you form a conclusive question, please?
And I just want to know why you think that gas pressure is the way it is for the reason you think it is. And you can't tell me the reason. You're actually trying to reject your own reasoning. You're trying to throw gravity under the bus and say, hey, let's not use that word.
Okay,
but there's no other mechanism you can point to say, hey, we have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that's actually kind of what it is. It's the best explanation that I have for how if you want to say gas pressure, of course, but everything around the Earth, like how the physics work, kind of. Yeah, gravity is
We're
kind of
giving you the physics. They don't work.
Well, they kind of give the best explanation.
But the best explanation has no evidence. So if that's the best explanation, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. If your best explanation has no supporting evidence, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
well, there hasn't been any other big explanation or big evidence thing that has been coming out that explains the world any differently. So
That
what am I going to
explains the
believe
gas
in?
pressure gradient.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient.
Here's one.
Pretty conclusive.
That gases
Pretty
are
conclusive.
created on the surface of the Earth. And what you have is diffusion, the diffusing of gases from the surface, and that's why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Okay, I haven't really experienced that. That things.
What are you talking about? It would be exactly like what you experience now.
If gases are being expulsed from the Earth.
Not only that, but they're being created on the surface of the Earth, as in, because of thermodynamic processes, chemical reactions, things like that, gases are created on the surface of the Earth. Right? So when you have so what happens when you have a chemical reaction that turns some group of molecules into some other group of molecules, and then it emits a gas? That gas pressure in that region goes up, right? But then the gas diffuses into the surrounding area, and you will have a gas pressure gradient from the point of the chemical reaction going out radially from there.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, there's your explanation.
All right, I mean,
and funny,
I wasn't asking
this is what the
how
Chinese.
gases
This is what the Chinese thought way back in the day. They had a name for it. It was called the air wind or something like that.
Yeah, but like do you think that we live in an enclosed space?
Yeah.
So
you have to. And that's what we've been trying to tell you for 2 hours now, is that we have to. It's not opinion.
Yeah, but
like opinion. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. It's a law of nature. It's not an opinion. It's not what I think. I go, hey, what does the second law predict? It predicts this. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not a law that applies to your worldview.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the second law right now. You're not. You're making up your own bullshit.
No, if you would be in an enclosed space, at some point the energy would increase more and more and more, and you would just fucking die because it's getting hotter and hotter.
Because temperature radiates infrared radiation, so the energy would. So, for instance, if you take a blowtorch and you heat up poker, it doesn't heat up forever. It'll reach a certain level of equilibrium where it stops heating up. Right? 500 degrees Celsius, whatever it is. It'll reach an equilibrium.
Yeah,
but the Earth is a system that is in constant flux. It is dynamic. It's never going to reach equilibrium. Probably not in your lifetime, at least. And it radiates heat through electromagnetic radiation. So it's never going to keep, the temperature's not going to go up and up and up forever.
Well, if it's, yeah, I mean, in real life, as like if you are a glober, of course, yeah, that makes sense. But if you are if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a, I don't know, like a dome or something like that, then that whole system doesn't make fucking sense.
Is that like your argument? Your like counter argument to what I said was, if you're a flat earther, that whole argument doesn't make sense. That's your counter argument.
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a dome or whatever,
yeah, it don't make fucking sense.
Energy,
that's your argument. Great argument.
Yeah,
it don't make sense. Great argument.
It doesn't make, like, scientifically, it doesn't make sense. Yes,
I just told you why it does make sense. I gave you the reason.
Okay, so where is the energy going again?
It's being radiated. Radiated. What is radiation? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah. So go on.
And it's being radiated away from the Earth.
From the Earth. Away from the Earth. Okay.
Away from the Earth. Like the electromagnetic radiation. So
yeah, I understand that.
You have a closed system, bro. Okay, you have closed systems and open systems. Okay.
What is the Earth?
In a closed system, energy can pass, but matter can't. In an open system, matter and energy passes. Okay. So we're in a closed system, as in the energy can pass, but the matter can't.
All right.
Now do you understand? So we can emit radiation. We can take in radiation. We take in radiation from the sun. We emit radiation. It's called radiative cooling, in fact.
Yeah, but again, like if you would be able to...
Okay, you're going to tell me that we're not using physics now?
No, but if you have like a...
Is that physics, dude? Yes or no? Is that the common modern version of physics, of thermodynamics?
I'm saying about physics, though. There's no fucking
thermodynamics.
Yes, I understand that.
How can heat transfer? There's 3 ways. Can you tell me the ways?
What?
There's 3 ways for heat to transfer. Can you tell me the ways?
Right now, radiation probably is one of them.
Radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Anything with a temperature emits radiation.
I gotta go.
All right.
We're gonna wait.
I'll see you later.
5 minutes.
It was very convenient.
Mr. T-Dub, may I explain my theory once more, if possible?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, mate.
Okay. So, I said that the reason is now. You told me that stop saying imagination and stuff. Just prove me how it improves the curvature and the spherical Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, I'm not trying to I'm not talking about imagination, okay? I'm talking about the only scenario that this phenomenon happens. And the only scenario this phenomenon happens in is when, for example, we have an apple, one side, one pole, okay, is leaning toward the sun. It is actually spinning like clockwise toward the sun, leaning the sun to process the phase of day and night. And at the same time, it is spinning around itself, okay, to the phenomenon of seasonings happen, like summer, winter, autumn, and spring. So for a couple of months in Antarctica, we have whole daylight, okay, no nights. When the time passes, the Earth actually spins around itself, not clockwise toward the sun, but itself, to actually, literally 6 months later, this phenomenon happens on another part of the world, on another part of the Earth. which is that part of the world, which is what was the name? Not Antarctica, but the other name, is leaning toward the sun, and the other part, which is Antarctica, is leaning away from the sun. Okay, so this whole spinning is only makes sense when the Earth is globe. See what I mean? Exactly 6 months and 6 months in turns, pole after the pole. Did I make a point?
Well, all he's done is just reinforced his globe paradigm again. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, Muhammad, but telling the same story over and over again doesn't magically make it true. All you've got to do is go and test for curvature. If you find curvature measured drop over distance over a large body of water, then we have a problem. Not you, us.
Yes, I agree. Measuring the curvature is a vital point of this debate.
Excellent.
Okay?
That's
But
a good thing. So, if you've got no
that's another
curvature,
topic.
that's not another topic. That's tied directly to this one.
You know why I say it's another
You're
topic?
claiming, you're claiming all these special things happening. In order for them to be happening, you need curvature. You need us to be on a sphere. If we're not on a sphere, all of your claims of the sun doing something and the poles doing something else can be tossed into the garbage.
Yes, and I said literally why we need curvature for that phenomenon to happen. Doesn't
Do we
it
have
make
curvature?
sense? Because that phenomenon happens, yes.
Excellent. Do we have curvature? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Prove it.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You gave us a cool story, bro.
It's not a cool story. It's literally what's happening, and people have confirmed it. Either flat earthers and
okay. So let's have a look at something. Let's have a look at something. You go and stand outside. You witness the sun going over your head. How do you tell the difference between A, the sun moving, B, the ground moving, C, both the sun and the ground moving? What can you do to separate those three things?
Actually, I think I did because, see, we have a day and night process, right? Day and
so
night.
how do you know if it's the sun or the ground? How can you tell which one's moving, the sun or the ground? It's either sun is moving, A, ground is moving, B, or both are moving. How do you separate that?
How do you separate that? Okay. I mean, if even if the sun was moving, which actually is moving toward a destination or something, but that's not our case.
That's another claim you'll have to validate and verify.
Yeah, that's
Probably
another
shouldn't
topic.
be claim stacking too much, bud.
Yeah, that's another claim. But no matter the behavior of the sun, we actually oh my god, how to say that? We actually is behaving. We seeing the behavior. Oh my god, like we know what's happening. See what I mean? Like we have cameras.
No, we don't know what's happening. That's why I'm asking you, how do we separate A, the sun moving, B, the ground moving, or C, both are moving? How can we tell them apart? When you're claiming, remember, what we're talking about, the discussion is about the shape of the ground. Okay?
Yes.
So you're claiming that all this stuff happens because we're on a ball. So what can you do to separate those three things?
I can't.
You can measure the ground and see if it is a ball. If it is not a ball, then you can eliminate part of your claim or part of what's been put out there, can't we?
Yeah, there are lots of measurements and a never-ending debate between flat
You don't like this measurement bit, do you, mate? You're every time I've mentioned measuring the ground, you've instantly got your back up. I can tell because of the tone in your voice changes.
Yeah, I personally haven't measured the Earth.
You understand what I mean by affirming the consequent, right? Because because you're working backwards, right? So you're relying on the outcome to confirm your premise, right? Your original premise to be true. So if the Earth is a sphere and it's spinning on its axis, I'll go to Antarctica, observe a 24-hour sun. So if Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis is P, then I'll go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun, Q. Right? I go to Antarctica and observe the 24-hour sun, Q, therefore P, the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis. Right? You've used the outcome to confirm your premise. So your original premise.
So what is
you're
premise?
using Q. You're using Q to confirm P to be true. Right? When you should be using P to confirm Q is true. Right?
Okay, because I don't want you to exhaust you guys. I just want to understand some keywords. What is premise? If possible, I want to search it.
What is what? Premise.
You just said
premise. So this would be this would be your underlying foundational original claim, right, upon which you are going to build an argument form from, right? So your premise is, so if you can present a logical argument for a conclusion, your premises must be true, right? So your premises is what's another word for premises?
No, just pronounce it to me because I want to search it. I want to have it in my.
So it's P R E M I S E S.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so you are literally saying me that what am I saying doesn't prove anything because I am just imagining, right?
Well, that's one part of it, right? But in this form, you're saying if the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis, I predict I will observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis. So it's an illogical form of argument. Because you're using the outcome. So you're using this other thing to confirm your original premise, right? When you should be using it the other way around. You should be going from your premise to the outcome, not backwards, right? You can't beg the question that you already live on a sphere, right? That needs to be true first. And then you could try and explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't use the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right, to explain how the Earth is a sphere. You need the Earth being a sphere to explain why you see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And if you want to do it if you want to use both ways, that's called circular reasoning. So globe Earth because 24-hour sun in Antarctica, 24-hour sun in Antarctica because globe Earth. That would be circular reasoning, right? Begging the question.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. You're telling me that I need to have a globe Earth to justify 24-hour, not vice versa, not like 24-hour to justify and prove globe Earth. I'm just saying, I'm analyzing in what scenario that 24-hour sun could happen. See what I mean?
Right. I know what you're saying. Exactly. Yes. So your argument isn't necessarily, your conclusion isn't necessarily wrong, but it hasn't been shown to be correct using that form of argumentation either. The thing is, when we go out, right? So the fundamental requirement for your premise is that the Earth's surface must be curving. So when we go out and make observations and measurements, we don't find the surface of the Earth to be curving. We find it to be flat. It measures flat, right? We see clear across vast distances of bodies of water like 20-mile lakes. Lasers reach their targets over such distances, right? We're just utilizing the Earth as it's flat, right? So where is this curvature that must exist if it's a sphere? It doesn't show up in reality, right? When we observe the surface,
there are lots
not
of
when we look at the sky. Right, the surface.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
So it throws that idea out. So you had a nice idea, right? But the Earth being a sphere spinning on an axis could explain why we see a 24-hour sun. Unfortunately, one of your premises is not true, and that's that the Earth is a sphere, because we know that because the Earth's surface isn't curving, which it must be if it is a sphere. It's not curving, therefore it's not a sphere. Therefore, your explanation is faulty. We got to throw it out. I'm sorry. Like, if you want to go and, like, I don't know, it sounds like you may have already talked with DJ in here and seen some observations and things like that.
Okay, just to clarify this, I'm sorry. So you're basically saying that the 24-hour sun may prove globe Earth, but also may prove other shapes of the Earth. Am I right? You're saying that necessarily that 24-hour sun necessarily will not.
No. The illegitimacy of the argument isn't dependent on on any presentation of any alternatives. It's just the simple form of it that allows for alternatives, and you not allowing for alternatives based on your form of logic. So you can't use that form of argumentation, right? You could try and do it you could try and use a form of argumentation where you use that observation to nullify or to falsify another thing. So you could put it into a modus tollens argument where you say not Q, therefore it can't be P, right? So you say if the Earth is flat, X. Well, okay, X has to exist if the Earth is flat, okay, or X has to happen or something like that. And then you say not X, therefore Earth can't be flat. Right, you could put it into that form of argumentation, but you're not going to be able to do that without adding in a cosmological viewpoint or some sort of map or model, right? That you then have to get me to accept as being true. And if I don't accept that as being true, I don't have to accept your argumentation.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I don't expect you to accept anything. I'm just saying that we have like 3 or 4 observations, right? We have day and light observation. We have the seasoning phenomenon observation. We also have the 24-hour sun, which lots and lots of flat earthers didn't accept to be true, because I think accepting that to be true would be a major a very, very big step toward proving that the Earth is globe. Because I'm saying this in parentheses. Okay, this is not my main topic. Because if it was not the case, then why lots of these flat earthers all the time were talking about, no, it's green lights, no, it's fake, it's like what was the point? Anyways, that's not the point. That I said that in parentheses. So we have 3 observations here and more. Together, these observations, listen, for example, we can say that, okay, for seasoning, like summer and autumn, summer and, for example, winter, we can have different models, because like different models make sense with this seasoning thing, okay? Like it could be triangle.
So the globe Earth has got multiple models to describe very small components.
No. I'm just saying, just consider, let me finish my point. For example, in the case of seasoning, we can have, for example, the earth to be like triangle. It could be cube. It could be, I don't know, the shape of a
That's
ship
a
or
lie.
whatever.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Okay, whatever. It could be even flat. I don't know. Like the other have another observation, which is the day and light. For that case, yeah, lots of models make sense. Lots of models approve, like can work with this observation, this phenomenon of day and light. We have another observation. Which
Okay, all right. Okay, there's problems with that. So each one. Wait, before you stack more, please.
I'm sorry.
Before you stack any more, right? Each individual thing that you've mentioned must be evaluated on its own merit, right? To see if it is even anything that can be allowed for anything else to be stacked on top of, right? Because if it's faulty or lacking any empirical data or any proof, then we can dismiss it. We're not going to use it to stack something else on top of. Like, it would be all right to then look into something else and go, oh, so now we can go back to that other thing because now we've shown definitively that this is the case for such things. Now we can go back to that previous thing that we had to throw out because it was fallacious in reasoning. We can evaluate that, the legitimacy, and see if we can delve deeper into that. But you're not going to stand on that and then work forward. That's in the garbage, right? Until you've got something else, then you can go back to the garbage and get your hands dirty and pull it back out, right? So, for example, with your seasons, right? Your seasons require that the sun's light is reaching Earth parallel. All right. Now you've got a choice because you've got another model in your worldview that requires the sun's rays to be convergent, right? You've got problems. Now you've got two conflicting models for the same thing. You've got a globe Earth model with parallel rays. You've got a globe Earth model with convergent rays. So you've got to throw out the one or the other. Are you going to throw out seasons, which are explained with your parallel sun rays, or are you going to throw out eclipses, which are explained with converging sun rays?
No.
You can't have both.
Actually, you told me that I require a model first. I first need an imagination to prove that 24-hour sun makes sense. That's what you said to me, okay? You said that you didn't do vice versa. You didn't say, for example, that's what you said, okay? I'm saying that that's not an imagination. I'm bringing up some observations on the table that together, okay, they actually throw away some models. They delete some models. For example, together these observations throw away the triangle model. They throw away the cube model. So by eliminating those models, a few models will remain, which in this case is the globe Earth. See what I mean? The globe Earth is what model that makes sense with all
that sounds
these
really silly.
Okay. Just let me say my claim and I will call it a day because I think it's going nowhere. So, in order for 24-hour sun to
Mohammed, before you
happen,
wind up, Mohammed, just hold up a second. The reason you understand why it's going nowhere is because you understand there's zero measured curvature. What you've done so far is what some people would call whistling past the graveyard. We've told you over and over again there is zero measured curvature. So all of these things that you're saying, but this infers, all you've got is inferences. The issue is we've got measurements. Measurements outweigh inferences, okay? So whilst we're sitting here with zero measured curvature, here's you going on all these crazy claims, and it doesn't mean anything because We've already measured the ground. We know there's no curvature. So you telling us that the sun does one thing or something else happens. Now, look, I fully understand your Antarctica problem. You've had these guys go down to Antarctica. They claim they witnessed a 24-hour sun. Now, that doesn't mean anything because there's no curvature of the ground. So the sun can do whatever it wants to do. It has no relevance to the shape of the ground whatsoever. Okay.
I mean, no offense. Okay, let's throw away that Antarctica nonsense away, okay? So you're telling that because you have measurements about the ground, all those things actually maybe like it doesn't actually matter. But I'm saying that
correct.
Okay, there had been scientists that they also had measurements, and they came into the. Okay, oh, you tell me. You tell me what is your measurement?
No. You just made the claim that scientists have done this. Please show it.
I mean, that's what they do, right?
You don't, Mohammed, don't burden reverse this bullshit on me. You made the claim first. I asked you to show it, and your response was you want me to show my stuff. You show your scientists and their measured ground, and I'll happily show you how we measure it. I've got no problem with that.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen the debates, but I, don't have the measurements right now, but I will send them in the chat later.
There are no measurements of curve.
Okay, you give me your measurements.
Hey, by the way, just before you do, just like so, Dagaz went ahead and helped me out with premise in the slide. I just want to read that out for you. A premise is a statement or proposition that provides support or evidence for a conclusion. A premise must either be true because it's self-evident or its truth can be demonstrated. If not, then it's unsound.
Yeah. I will. Yeah, I will search about that. Okay.
No, I just thought that was really good, helpful description of what we were talking about because I couldn't articulate it that well, but he went ahead and posted that for me. So appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I mean, that's basically my fault. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys, because I don't know lots of keywords like that because English is not my main language. But I really like to develop my words library in my mind and have a more pointful discussion and stuff.
You realize that English or any language has nothing to do with a ball earth, right? If there's no curved measurements, people measuring the curve of the earth, you can't have a ball over water. It's flat. It's measured flat. It's stationary. There's nothing that can be done about it.
No, I just meant that what was a little bit exhausting in this discussion was that we repeated the same lines over and over again. And I admit it was my fault because I struggled to understand some of the keywords. But yeah. Anyways. But I can actually predict what will happen if I, bring on other measurements or other things that science
You don't
says.
have a curved earth that you got measurements from to start with. So you can't just go on and pick up something else and say, well, this and that. We should start with you got to measure the earth to be curved first, and then you can make up stories after that. But you don't have that yet.
Okay, I will bring it on. Yeah, I try to bring it on. Yeah, thank you.
There's the problem with hinging your conclusions on inference rules because someone can just come along and negate it with a direct measurement or a deductive argument. kind of wish Indio was here too, because there's a bunch of observations, or maybe not a bunch, but there's some observations which kind of contradictory to the so-called globe Earth predictions, right, of what you should or shouldn't see in Antarctica or the Arctic, such as something about sunrise being 2 weeks early, something like that. Observation was made of the sun appearing long before it should have, according to the globe metrics, right? If I recall correctly, it was something like that. I wish he was here to be able to tell us more about that.
But I mean, anyways, let's just throw away that 24-hour sun away. I just don't get that.
Wait.
Why after
Sorry.
that?
One sec. Like, because I actually wanted to touch on something else you said earlier about the flat earthers before they went to Antarctica, blah 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 blah. Right. So yes, there was a certain amount of people that was saying the Earth has to be laid out in this fashion, right? And the sun and the moon and all the stars and planets have to be doing this certain motion above it, right? And that would be with respect to an azimuthal equidistant north-centered globe Earth projection map, right, where you've squished the globe out so that Antarctica forms a ring around the central continents, right? And a lot of flat earthers were adhering to this type of map or model, right? Some still do, right? They still haven't thrown that idea away, and that they're saying that there's some sort of that this 24-hour sun is some sort of anomaly or that it's fake, right? Anyway, so then they have this idea that the sun has to be doing this certain circuit above that map, right? That idea of the flat Earth, right? Now, because they hinged so, adamantly their idea of flat Earth upon that model, they thought that if they go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun, that they could dismiss that model and thus dismiss entirely the notion of Earth being flat, right? That was their mistake, because they weren't relying on direct measurements and observations of the Earth's surface for the premise of the Earth being flat, right? They were relying on just this idea that that's how it must be, right? Like this Jerry Campanella guy, right?
And can I add something to that, T-Dub?
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
Just really quickly, right? So when flat earthers would claim the model like T-Dub was talking about, which is like the AE model, right, which is a globe projection map, some flat earthers would say, and still do say, that that's the map of the flat Earth. Okay, like T-Dub said, we've been trying to combat this argument for years, and telling people that no, the AE map is not the flat Earth map. Okay, it's a globe projection called the azimuthal equidistant projection. And like T-Dub said, they thought that they would add the sun and the moon over the top of this map. Let me show you an example in the side chat. Okay, can you see the side chat?
Yes.
That's what they were claiming, right? That's like what this Jaren guy that went to Antarctica, this was his flat Earth model. Okay, he said this was the official flat Earth map, and then he inserted a little sun and moon that orbit around like this. This is a simplified version of it, but this is the general idea, and they would say that white around the outside, that's Antarctica. Okay, we've been trying to combat this terrible flat Earth argument for years. Part of the reason they had this terrible argument was because there were a bunch of there was no footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Even just a few years ago, there was no footage of it. Okay, and the only footage that existed of it had been proven to have been completely faked. For some reason, people were faking footage of the 24-hour sun, right? Like they would film 12 hours of footage, and then they would stitch it together with some other footage and make it look like there was 24 hours of footage, and it was admitted to have been faked and proven to have been faked because the clouds at the start and the finish were exactly the same clouds. Okay, so there was also people who were interviewed that apparently worked in Antarctica for long periods of time, and they also said there's no 24-hour sun. Okay, so that further imprinted that idea that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And because of the way, if you have a look at this model in the side chat, the way the sun goes around, it makes sense you can have, excuse me, a 24-hour sun in the north, right? But you couldn't have a 24-hour sun in the south. And that was some of these flat earther arguments. So sometimes these dishonest, and it's not even that dishonest, right? They'll pick out bad flat earth arguments and they'll find silly flat earthers, and then they'll make debunking videos and they'll claim that this is what all the flat earthers are claiming. That's like me finding some globe earthers that think that there's alien bases inside the moon and making a video saying globe earth debunked. And at the start of the video, I'll be saying, well, this is what globe earthers think about the moon. And globe earthers think that there's aliens that live in a base inside the moon and that the moon's hollow and that blah, 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 right? It's a straw man argument, right? That's not what globe earthers think. That's what some idiot globe earthers think, right? So that's the same sort of thing with the flat earth arguments. Okay, so these dishonest people like fake Professor Dave will cling on to these bad arguments. They'll find weak flat earthers and then they'll tear apart weak arguments. And it's actually very good for flat earth that the 24-hour sun thing happened, because we weren't able to stop these flat earthers from making this bad argument. But this was a step in the right direction to show that, hey, this isn't the model of the earth, right? This isn't the flat earth. We don't claim this is the flat earth. This is a globe projection, right? And it's actually it's actually a polar coordinate system based off the celestial sphere, not technically even a globe, right? But that's a different conversation. But yeah, hopefully that makes a bit more sense what T-Dub and I just told you about it.
Yeah, just curious. Do you think there would be a chance that all of those footage and all those videos from the trip to Antarctica could be manipulated or edited? I mean, do you personally give a chance to this idea?
Dude, they faked the moon landings. So they're able to do things like this. They've altered history. They've faked the moon landings. Who knows? Is it possible? Would it be possible to do that? I'm not sure. But I think there's no way to know that for sure. I think the evidence that it was all faked is a bit silly. Flat earthers take so it's the same flat earthers that believed in this model in the side chat that I posted that are making these videos saying it's all faked.
Like Justin, right?
Like who?
Justin, I forgot his last name, but he's a famous flat earther. Justin Weiss, I don't know, forgot his name.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot. Like, I don't know about famous because I've never heard of him, and I've been in this for a long time. But some of the popular YouTube flat earthers, definitely they all think that it was all faked, right? And that it's a big set and that kind of thing. And it's not out of the realm of possibility, I guess, but we definitely don't make those claims generally. Most people in here don't make that claim.
I mean, that's but lots of flat earthers themselves went to Antarctica. I mean, like all of them were, I don't know, like being controlled or were faking those videos.
Well, there was only what flat earthers? Only 3 went. Okay, so one of them was a complete retard named Jaron, and the other one, Austin Whitsitt, he still makes very good flat earth content. He's a very smart guy.
I'm sorry. I meant Austin by saying Justin. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah, I previously mentioned there's a famous flat earther who named Justin.
Austin.
By that I meant.
Yep.
Yeah.
What did he do?
No, just was saying that he was one of the people who went.
Yeah. So he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. He went to see. Okay, he went to sea, and he said he saw a 24-hour sun. He said that he can't confirm that where he was Antarctica. He said he went to a big patch of ice, and he saw what appeared to be a 24-hour sun in the sky. And he'll tell you what we'll tell you, right? He'll tell you that the ground surface measures flat, right? There's no evidence of curvature, and that we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what the sun is, right? We don't know what the stars are. We don't know how the whole system works when it comes to the sky, but we can validate over and over again that there's no ground curvature. Okay, so whatever's happening in the sky is 100% happening above a flat plane. That's what he will tell you, and that's, if you watch his channels, he's got videos about it. Okay, he'll say that the actual empirical evidence that the Earth's not a globe overwhelms this small observation. And once again, when you watch the videos by Professor Dave, right, that's not our arguments. That's maybe Jaren's arguments, right? Jaren's a globe earther now. Okay, yes. That guy's an absolute dumbass. We've been saying this way before the Antarctica thing happened. Okay, he's not someone that would come on here and be able to, like, we would be schooling Jaren if Jaren came onto our panel. Okay, because he's been a problem for Flat Earth for many years. Started with a Behind the Curve documentary. If you type into YouTube, Flat Earther debunks himself, all the videos are freaking pictures of Jaren's dumb-looking face, right, with different things that he's screwed up. So yeah, you can't latch on to a couple of idiots' arguments and say that this is what Flat Earthers claim, right? It's disingenuous, and that's what these anti-Flat Earth debunkers do. They'll cherry-pick bad Flat Earth arguments, and then they'll debunk them. And they'll say that all Flat Earthers claim this. Not true.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that whether this 24-hour sun phenomenon is happening is happening or not happening, whether is it manipulated or not manipulated, it doesn't necessarily is a big step forward to the proof of globe Earth, right?
No, it's all it does is it stops certain Flat Earthers being able to use this really stupid model that I just posted in the side chat with the sun and the moon circling around like that over the top of a globe projection. So it's beneficial to Flat Earth because it helps us combat a silly argument that's still fluctuating around the community, It helped put a stop to it, but there's still a ton of people, pushing that that's the Flat Earth map. I'll show you what that map is. It's just a polar coordinate system. Right, this is what that map is. Yeah, have a look in the side chat. 1 second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just have a look at this little animation. Now, this is what that is. Okay, the globe. And then you stretch it out like this. Okay, and that makes the AE map projection.
Yeah.
So this is all based off the celestial sphere. It's just a coordinate system translated into terra firma.
Yeah.
So what was your question?
I mean, as you said, whatever is happening in the skies doesn't necessarily prove anything, because whatever is happening right there in the skies is happening above the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if we have tested the surface of water over and over and over again, and there's no curvature over distances where there 100% must be a certain amount of curvature, the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. It debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Okay, because of gravity, the Earth has to have that certain curvature over the water. So, if we go to a 20-mile lake or a 20-mile section of the ocean, there has to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance because of the size of the globe and because of gravity. You can't have no curvature. Excuse me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't have no curvature over that distance and have the Earth as a globe at the same time. It's impossible. Okay, so we can go to
Yeah.
these large bodies of water, and we've done this hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and we can't find any curvature, and we can't find any globe earthers that can present us any empirical evidence of any curvature. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Now, the sky could work in a way that we can't even comprehend, right? There's so much crazy stuff going on up in the sky. It's like a big giant electromagnetic soup, for lack of a better term, right? We don't know what medium is going on up there. You know, there could be some type of kaleidoscope effect taking place. Who knows? I'm just speculating, right? We don't know.
You know, my point for asking that question was that, you know, this question really doesn't matter much, but I'm just curious that if what you said, that all the thing that happening in the skies doesn't really matter much because whatever is happening above the flat Earth. So I'm just curious, like, why so much like conspiracy theory happens after that trip? Because, you know, not just 3 or 4 flat earthers who went to Antarctica, but lots and lots of flat earthers were actually trying so hard to say that no, it was fake, it was manipulated, it was green screen and stuff. See what I mean? I mean, just
because they have just like the globe earthers defend so hard against the globe, these flat earthers have spent many years investing their time and energy into believing in a particular worldview that had a bunch of assumptions, right? So they wholeheartedly believed that this is the flat Earth map, right? And that debunked, right? Well, not only just the map, right? The map along with the way that the sun and the moon work, right? A lot of their arguments revolve around that particular model. Okay, and they're trying to save their bullshit. They're trying to save their belief system that they had, and you know, they're coping. They're coping. That's what I'm going to put it down to. Also, there's there are some anomalies in the footage, right? There's some inconsistencies, some anomalies in the details of the footage. I'll grant them that. But at the end of the day, like, I haven't seen any solid arguments that it was fake, right? I've seen trash arguments. And yeah, it's just people trying to hold on to this particular model that I've posted in the side chat there. That's what it is. And like I said earlier, I'm not even saying that that I know it was completely as it was presented. Right? There could have been some deception behind it, but we need to have that evidence, solid evidence, before we can make that claim. Yeah, so there's some good videos that go over some inconsistencies about it that, you know, they make some good arguments. So it's something that we don't know for sure. We don't know exactly how the sky works in the southern hemisphere or in the northern hemisphere. Okay, we can just observe what we're seeing in the sky, but the mechanism, the medium, the distance, a whole bunch of unknowns are still a possibility. We don't know what's going on. What we have tested over and over and over and over again is that there's no curvature and there's no evidence of any curvature. And these things, right, a lot of the sky observations make more sense on a globe because the globe was created from observing the sky. Okay, the globe came from mapping out the sky as a celestial sphere into a coordinate system and then converting that sky coordinate system into what is now known as the globe Earth. Right, so they inverted the sky and turned it into a conceptual ground, and that's what they tell people that we live on. That there's no evidence of that. It's just philosophical, mathematical, conceptual, not actual.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you right there, but you're basically saying that no matter the shape of the skies, the behavior of the like sun, whatever the magic is happening right there, as we have some very solid measurements and numbers and observations, nothing can actually, disapprove it. Okay, so because they are actually solid, they are numbers, they are observations. I'm just asking a question. I don't know if this question is right or wrong or even makes sense. But if somehow you, okay, rent a spaceship, buy a spaceship or something, and like go so far in the sky, and somehow, God forbidden, okay, I'm not saying it's the case. Somehow you just witness that, yeah, the Earth is round. You still can't believe your eyes. Am I right? Because you have measures. See what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
if you measure the surface to be flat over and over again, going up in the sky, you need to take certain things into account, right? Like the fact that you see in a circle. Okay, you see this, if you look around 360 degrees, you see the same distance in every direction. So that might look like some Earth curvature, but it's not. It's just the fact that you can see the same distance in every direction. You have a circle of vision. You have a circular horizon. Even though it's flat, it's still circular. Right? Like
I'm just saying.
No, I get you. Look, this is the thing, right? So I know you're not meaning to do it, but this is called an appeal to the future fallacy, where it's like, oh, maybe in the future, if you get to go up high enough and you see the globe. If I went high enough and I saw the Earth was a globe, okay, cool. All right, the Earth's a globe. But the thing is, right, no one's done that. Okay, and the only people that have claimed to go up high enough to see the globe is the Apollo astronauts over 50 years ago. And we've been over that fakery.
I'm sorry to cut you right there. I'm sorry for
you're
being
right.
disrespectful or something. I just wanted to. You just said that if I go high enough with a spaceship, if you had lots of money and somehow seen the globe, okay, you would say that, okay, cool, Earth is a globe. You would admit it. Am I right?
Yeah.
But you also, in previous sentences, said that because we have measurements, solid measurements, no matter what the observation is, we have actually measured the Earth to be flat. So
Yeah. So that would trump, right? That would trump the measurements because you would be so far away from the Earth and you would see a globe from space, right? Kind of like the images that NASA shows us from space, right? If you went up high enough, you could see the whole globe like that. Obviously, there was something else going on when it came to the measurements that defies logic, right? But you're seeing the Earth as a globe, right? But you can't validate that that's even possible to do. Okay, so what you're doing is fallacious right now because you're saying what if you went up to an impossible place and saw the Earth as a globe. Now you can't even go up that high legally. Okay, so there's something called the International. Hold on. There's something called the International Space Treaty. Okay, it prevents people privately from going up or even sending anything up past a certain height or filming past a certain height. Great, and then no one's done that you can confirm, right? So you can't even confirm space exists in the first place. So I'm just granting you your hypothetical scenario, right? That if I was magically up in an impossible space vacuum, looking at a ball from space, yeah, I couldn't deny that, but that's impossible, right?
I just want to make a point. I just want to make a point. I'm not saying that it is possible to go beyond the Earth and observe the Earth either. That's not my point. I'm saying that you just said that. Please let me 20 seconds to make my point, if possible. You just said that if I go far enough with a spaceship or whatever and see the curvature and actually the globe Earth, I would admit that Earth, yeah, cool, it's globe, okay? You also said in previous sentences that as we have solid measurements, there's nothing that can actually debunk it because those are solid
No, I
measurements.
didn't say that. That's not what I said. You twisted what I said. What I said was looking at the sky and making assumptions about the sky, right? Looking up at the sky from the Earth, right? And looking at the way some lights are moving in the sky doesn't counter the observations.
No, forget about the skies. Forget about 24
No, I didn't say
hours,
nothing. I
or-
didn't say nothing, right? So you strawmanned me, right? You twisted what I said, and you said not. You've changed what I said now to imagining that I said nothing at all, right? That could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Could
Okay.
could
Sorry if I
debunk the
did.
measurement. So I'm saying, but your previous argument was looking at the sky, right? It doesn't debunk the actual empirical evidence that we have from the ground, right? That was my argument, that looking at the sky, there's no way that looking at the lights on the roof are going to change the fact that your floor is flat, right? You can measure the floor flat, right? If you want to present some unrealistic hypothetical scenario, sure. Like this is how ridiculous what you said was. Okay, I can measure my floor of my house. Okay, in the room that I'm in right now, I can measure my floor and it's flat. Okay, and I got some lights on the ceiling. Hold on, let me finish. I got some lights on the ceiling of my roof. Okay, I'm looking at the lights. There's nothing that the lights on my ceiling can do to convince me that my floor is not flat, because I just measured it. I can see that it's flat. I measured it to be flat. Okay, it's obviously flat. Okay, there's some lights on the roof. That's not going to change the fact that I've measured my floor. Now, if you want to introduce some magical scenario where I go up into some sky magic on my roof and I see my floor as a globe, in some magical, unrealistic scenario like you presented, would I then believe that my floor is not flat? Sure. In your magical, hypothetical, unrealistic, unobtainable scenario, sure, I would have to admit that, right? But your scenario, your premise was stupid. And you tried to strawman me there, and I don't appreciate
I'm
that.
sorry if I'm sorry if I twisted your question. I didn't mean to. Let me just ask you this question.
Hold
and
on,
call it a day,
Nathan. Wait a
because
second,
other
man.
people- Yeah. So let me ask you that question in another way. So, is there any percent chance, for example, 1% or like even less, for that measurements to be wrong?
For the measurements to be wrong?
To the measurements that you used to prove the flat floor.
Well, I guess there could be something that is out of my comprehension, right? Something that, something that, like an unknown, that I can't even comprehend in my brain, right? Like, look, think about it this way: if I measure you to be 6 foot tall, and I measure you over and over again, right? You're 6 foot tall, 6 foot tall, 6 foot tall. Measured you 1,000 times. Is there any way you might not be 6 foot tall?
No.
No?
No.
Really, no other way, possible way? It's pretty difficult, isn't it? What if I went up to into an imaginary, impossible vantage point and looked back at you, and you were actually just flat? You weren't even around, you weren't even human shaped. You were just flat, right? See, I've just presented an absurd scenario like you did. Doesn't make any sense. So it's not fair to do that, right? So you can't even. So you're just saying, what if I go up into this imaginary space vacuum that's not even been proven to exist in the first place, and see the Earth as a globe, right? So in the imaginary scenario, sure, like how can you deny that, right? But then this is the problem, right? You saw it as a globe, then you're going to come back down into reality, and you're going to measure it as flat again, and it's not going to conform with that globe that you just that you invented in this make-believe scenario. Right, like I'm going to come back down. I'm going to come back down from this make-believe scenario. I'm going to see you're a human again. You're not actually a flat object on the floor, right? So that was a ridiculous scenario that I even suggested. Right, it never happened. It's never going to happen. You're never going to be flat. You're just going to be human-shaped. It's the same thing. It's just ridiculous questioning.
No, I just mean.
Would you agree with my premise, though? Would you agree with what I said, that if there's no Earth curvature, it doesn't matter what's happening in the sky, right? The floor's still going to be flat.
Can we stick to the 6 foot tall shape of me first, if possible? Then we reach that point. Yeah. Sure. First of all, I have a request from you that let's keep it like sentence to sentence, because you say lots of sentences and it's hard for me to answer all of them. So measurement, I think, is different from points of view and scale. See what I mean? No matter in how many ways you measure me, I'm still point to, right? You know, that's different from the angel or like the scale.
Okay, how?
I mean, it doesn't matter with what kind of tool you measure me. Okay, I'm still 6.2 foot tall. Okay, like
Okay.
if you go like I don't know 1 kilometer further behind me and measure me, you must calculate the like angle and the scale to measure me. See what I mean? So the measurement is still maintains the same no matter the point of view.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's do it this way. Okay, so we all experience the Earth as flat, right? And we experience a body of water as flat. Okay, we can put a water level or a spirit level over the surface of a body of water. It's going to show that it's completely flat. Okay, when we do larger scale observations, it's not quite as accurate, but there's still no evidence that it's curving at a huge rate like it must. Okay, so we have an axiom here. We have a base reality that we all experience. It fits with long distance observations. It fits with fluid dynamics. It fits with logic and common sense. Okay, and there's no evidence to the contrary. Okay, so if you want to make a crazy claim that the Earth's actually curving, then you have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof. Don't stick the burden of proof on us just because we've actually gone out and validated and confirmed our claim, right? That we can't find any curvature. Right? That doesn't mean we have the burden of proof. You guys don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first place. You guys have to make up hypothetical scenarios. Or what if you went up into Narnia and saw it's a globe, right? You're not presenting any evidence that it is a globe, right? All your arguments are like, oh, what about the sun? What about something in the sky? What if you went up to an impossible space vacuum and saw it as a globe? You're not presenting any empirical evidence. I can present empirical evidence all day, every day that just destroys the globe, right? Where you guys don't have a single shred of evidence.
Yeah, first of all, I'm neutral at this point, okay? I'm not even trying to...
No, I know, bro. When I say you, I just mean globe earthers.
Yeah. And yeah, I didn't even bring like globe earth or flat earth.
No, Mohammed, I like you, bro. I'm not having a dig at you personally. I think you're a good guy, and you come in here, you seem like you're in good faith, and don't take offense when I say you people or something like that.
Yeah, you seem so respectful too. I really appreciate that. I was just curious about that if these measurements like could be like inaccurate, because due to what I have learned, measurements, no matter what is the point of view, no matter the angle, are always accurate. See what I mean? Like a 100% fact. That's what I was accurate. So I was just curious that, okay, if I'm like discussing with a flat earther, can I debunk his measurement or no? He will just say, then what about these measurements? Are you say that these measurements are not right? And that was I was curious about.
Yeah, we're not using these observations necessarily as we're saying that this is 100% proof of a flat Earth, right? These are generally presented as testing the globe. Okay, we already have the axiom, which is the flat stationary Earth. That's what everyone experiences. We're testing the globe with these observations. That's specifically what we're doing here. These are horizon tests and curvature tests, and they fail every single time.
I see.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different, right? It's not like there's like we're not making hyper-specific claims with the tests. Okay, we're saying that there should be 300 foot of curvature here and there's 0. Okay, that's a huge discrepancy. We're not saying that the observation perfectly accounts for every single variable throughout from point A to point B, right? Because we can have pockets of hot air, cold air, all sorts of different factors that can, cause the light to act in a certain way, right? But none of those potential factors are going to make it look completely flat, right? And hide 300 foot of curvature consistently.
Yeah, just to call it a day. First of all, I want to appreciate you because in the previous session you told me about this. Actually, I bring it up. I brought this 24-hour Antarctica. Oh my god! And I went and researched about it. I request you that you give me another, for example, one of your measurements about the flat Earth, so I can go and have some research about it, if possible.
Sorry, you want some information about what? Say that one last time, sorry.
You said due to your measurements, actually the globe Earth doesn't make sense. See what I mean? So I want you to actually give me one of those measurements to go and have a research about it.
Oh, sure. So you want like a series of laser tests and long distance observations that you can go over the videos and check them? Is that what you want?
I mean, please keep it like limited and not that comprehensive. See what I mean? Just a few proofs, for me to and go and have some research about them.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Because personally, I taught myself, because I use ChatGPT and internet and stuff, and I thought that this whole 24-hour sun was a very valid proof, but certainly it didn't make the discussion purposeful. So maybe, I could have better knowledge about this field.
Sure.
But I think I got a conclusion from this discussion, due to your statements, that is measurements, no matter the topic is, whether is it, I don't know, veganism, whether is it globe Earth or whatever, measurements have the chance to be inaccurate and have a chance to be debunked. It's not like, for example, 2 and 2 is 4. They actually have a chance to be inaccurate.
Well, they're not hyper-specific claims. Okay, so they don't have a chance that they can be explained and the Earth is actually a globe. That's what they don't have, right? You can't say that because of a tiny, right? We're not making a specific claim with the measurements. Okay, we're showing you that there's hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature missing, right? And there is no explanation for that.
No, you literally said that due to these measurements, globe Earth is nonsense. Am I right?
The globe is nonsense, right? The globe is debunked. There's no debate that the Earth is actually a globe. Yeah, that's out the window. Okay.
So
now other actual tests, even like point of the test, right, is to test for the curvature that must be there. Right? We're not saying that like if a globe Earth goes out and they want to make a test and say this matches the curvature of the Earth, that's a hyper-specific claim.
Hey.
Hold on a second, Edmi.
Hey.
Okay, so our tests are not claimed to be perfect measurements. Right?
Yeah.
That's not what we're claiming. That's not the purpose of the tests. Right? It doesn't leave any possibility for the Earth to be a globe, though.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean there is not even 1% chance for the globe to be
DJ.
the Earth to be
No,
globe, right?
not
No
one,
matter
not
the
one.
corruption of NASA, no matter of the magics happening in the skies, there is literally 0% chance for the Earth to be globe. Am I right?
Correct.
So then, I'm sorry for the circle jerk. Why did you say that our measurements are not perfect?
Right, because we're not making a specific claim with the measurements.
No, you are saying that the globe Earth doesn't make sense.
Yeah. You can't just because the measurement isn't a perfect measurement, right? That doesn't mean that the globe Earth could still be a possibility, right? Like if you said that you're 1 foot tall, if you told me you're 1 foot tall,
yeah,
okay, and then I measure you and you're 6 foot tall, then there's no possibility that you're actually 1 foot tall. It's impossible, right? Now my measurement might not be perfect. Right, but
No,
there's not
I
a
mean-
chance. There's not a chance that you could possibly be 1 foot tall. Right, because you just made a ridiculous claim, right? You've said you're 1 foot tall. I've measured you. You're approximately 6 foot tall. Okay, so you can't be 1 foot tall.
So, no,
right,
I'm
you
just
don't
trying
even
to
have to
use
complete
your
the
logic.
measurement. All you have to do is start at your feet, extend the tape measure up to 1 foot, and if there's more of you above that, you're not 1 foot.
No. Let me answer him first,
Good
with
point.
all due respect. You just said we do not do any claims, okay?
No, I
But
didn't.
you.
No, I didn't.
So.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I said we're not making hyper-specific claims with the tests that we're doing, right? We're testing for, say, each scenario, right? There should be a particular amount of curvature present. Okay, if you say that there should be 300 foot of curvature on the globe over this distance, and there's 0, right? It doesn't have to be perfectly precise because it's impossible for it to be perfectly precise, right? We're not making a claim that this is like a perfect measurement where every single possible factor has been accounted for between point A and point B because it's constantly changing. Every split second it changes. So it's literally impossible to make it perfectly accurate. Okay? But if you're claiming that you're 1 foot tall, right, and I measure you and you're more than 1 foot tall, way more than 1 foot tall, orders of magnitude taller than 1 foot tall, you can't be 1 foot tall, right? And if there's no curvature where there should be 300 foot, it's the same example. It's the same thing. Now, what you're doing right now is you're kind of like using what we call mental gymnastics to try to cope with this argument that you can't argue against.
Yeah, yeah. So I won't just exhaust you anymore. Just whenever you had the time and opportunity, I would bring me some measurements and stuff to, like, for me to have a research about. Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
I appreciate
there's a
you.
great observation in the side chat there. Dr. John D.
Okay.
Very smart guy. He's a PhD. Okay, he explains things very well in this hour and 15-minute video. He goes over all of the technical details of the observation. Okay, now you didn't want too much, right? Because like I said, I have unlimited amounts of empirical evidence to show you. But here's a second one. Okay, so that's a technical observation. Okay, and now we're going to get even way more technical than that. Okay, so this is a group of field engineers called FE Core. Okay, and they conducted a series of laser tests. You may have heard about this already. Okay, but here is something that will take you some time to study. Okay, we have a 180-page PDF document that goes over all of the technical details. And there's also a documentary there, right? A visual documentary to take you through exactly what they did, step by step. Okay, so there's 2 things. I don't want to overload you with too many. If you want more after you study those 2, or if you have a rebuttal to those, feel free to come back and we'll go over it. Or if you want more than that, let me know. I got a whole list.
I would have rather like more limited facts and stuff, but still, yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, these are. I mean, you want something that's less technical? You want something that's more limited? I mean, we can get
not just
simple
like
with it if you
less
want.
technical. I mean, for example, like the thing I brought out on the table today. I mean, it was a very limited and not that complicated stuff. So, but yeah, I
Well,
thought the same.
okay, so the Dr. John D one, it's not complicated. Okay, so there should be a horizon at 2.23 miles, sorry, 2.29 miles. Okay, on a globe, there has to be a geometric horizon at 2.29 miles from a 3.5 foot observation height. Has to be there. It's not there. Right? There's no sign of it. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Right? We can just see flat water all the way out past 14 miles. Okay, that debunks the globe. Just there. Very simple. Horizon test. Right? Characteristic that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Isn't there. That's impossible. It has to be there. Right? Like if you tell me that you have a unicorn in your garage, and I just go out to your garage and I look in your garage and there's not a unicorn there. So you don't have a unicorn in your garage, bro. Okay, that debunks your unicorn theory. Same thing. Very simple.
I see.
Yeah. It has to be there. Right, this diagram is very important. Have a look at this diagram. Right, so I'm gonna just super simple argument right here. Okay, 1 second, just uploading this. Okay, this is what a geometric horizon is on a globe. It's a physical property of the globe. It has to be there. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. Okay, and you can see the diagram. Okay, so now let's go to Washington University. All right, so I'm just going to pull something up from Washington University. Okay, so we have how Washington University has a PDF document on how you calculate the distance to the horizon. Okay, so according to the .edu Washington University presentation, okay, I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm just opening up the PDF now, and I'm going to post a screenshot. So here we go. Okay, so this is the distance that the horizon would have to be on a globe, right, according to subject matter experts on the globe side. Okay, it's basic geometry, but here you go. Okay, so from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles. From a 10-foot observation height, the horizon would be 3.8 miles. From a 20-foot observation height, the horizon would be 5.4 miles. Okay, so let's have a look at an observation now with an observation height that's known. Okay, so here's Dr. John D taking his P900 camera to the shoreline and placing it on a tripod at 3.5 foot height. Okay, he's looking out at a wind farm. The wind farm's 11.2 miles away. We can see that there's no horizon where it must be on a globe. Right? In fact, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. That physical geometric horizon, as presented in the diagram above, isn't there. It's not there. It's never there. It doesn't exist. The curvature doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. Right? This observation debunks the globe, and there's hundreds and hundreds of these. And this is the great thing. You can go and do this yourself. You can go and double check this, right? You don't have to have faith. You don't have to believe it. You could say this is all CGI if you want, because you can go and do it yourself.
No, it's not CGI. It's not CGI. But can't we just give this explanation to the last picture, to the last GIF, that the Earth is actually too big? I mean, so big.
No, because that debunks gravity. Okay, so to have gravity, the Earth has to be the size that they tell us. It also debunks everything. All right, so we're challenging the heliocentric model. That's what we're testing here. Okay, so it debunks everything. Everything relies. Okay, so this would mean that the radius of the Earth, instead of being 3,559 miles, right, the radius of the Earth would be many hundreds of thousands of miles. It would be so big that all of the continents, right, that they tell us, right, they would all have to be on one tiny little section of the giant globe that you're talking about. Okay, and then how it just doesn't work, right? The distance from the North Pole to the South Pole, the distance from Australia to England, all of these things, all of a sudden, all of these things are torn up. All of space travel has to be fake, right? Because it all relies on the radius value, all of the distance to the sun. Okay, gravity, relativity, the distance to everything, right? The orbital motion of the stars and planet, all of that relies on the radius value being correct.
But what if you don't
the
know
entire
much
model's
about
debunked?
gravity?
Then now you have an Earth that's so big, right, that it just looks flat everywhere. So now you've got a new problem. What evidence do you have that it's a bigger globe? And that's an even bigger problem, right? Because we're not detecting any Earth curvature. So at this point, we have an infinite radius sphere. What's an infinite radius sphere? A flat surface.
I mean, isn't it the same case as you just mentioned? Because you just said you as a flat earther don't know what exactly is happening in the skies. So maybe scientists would say the same. They would say that we don't know what exactly gravity is, right?
That's what they do say. They have no idea what gravity is. They say we don't know what it is. Next question. They have no
they
idea.
they have explanation for gravity, but they say that there might be some behavior from the gravity that we cannot explain. See what I
No,
mean?
they
That's
don't
the
say
same
that.
point of view of
They say we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from, but we can calculate for it. We can observe the effects of it. We can measure with it. We can measure with it. But what is it? Where does it come from? They have no idea. This is what they say. They admit that they don't know, right? It's something that has to be there to have this heliocentric model. Okay, so if you want to have the heliocentric model, if you want to have the globe, right, the radius value is baked into to gravity. To have gravity, you need to have the 3959 mile globe. This observation debunks that claim. It debunks gravity. It debunks the globe.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to have a 3959 mile radius to have gravity, as gravity is defined in the globe model.
Yeah, I've seen it. Just as my last question, I'm sorry if I exhaust you too much. You said that it's kind of, if I heard it right, you said that it's impossible to go so far in the skies and actually see the ground. I mean, you said such a thing like that.
This is what I said. I said there's something called the International Space Treaty. It's actually a bunch of different things, right? You can look it up. The IST, right? International Space Treaty. I can give you some more information about it if you want, right? So it's actually illegal for anyone to launch anything up past a certain height, or for anyone to actually go up past a certain height, or for anyone to film anything past a certain height up in the air. That's why nobody has ever independently launched a rocket or a satellite into space, right? You have to jump through a bunch of hoops, and you have to get all of these permits. Okay, you can't just freely do it. You can't freely do your own testing, right? Same with our satellites. No one's ever independently launched a satellite into space, right? You have to go through NASA, or you have to go through a government-approved rocket program and hitch a ride, right? Hitchhike a ride for your device, which you don't have control over after you've sent it up there. Okay, no one's independently gone up.
Yeah, just to understand, you by illegal you mean by the government, right?
Yeah, it's illegal by international treaty. International treaty.
International treaty. That's. Let me search it. International. I was just curious.
Treaty. I can give you some information about it. I'm just trying to pull it up.
Space treaty. What is it? I mean,
Oh, I'll give you some information about it in a second.
yeah. That's not my point. I just was curious. So, if the government and this International Space Treaty, whatever it is, has made it illegal to launch rockets and spaceships and stuff, so I mean that's so ridiculous. So